feels nothing. Now that I met you, I feel something. It's amazing. You know, people say it in movies. It's like the guy.
World over H-1B visas and foreign workers, ladies and gentlemen. We're diving right into it. As you guys know, I covered this extensively yesterday, but we must cover it even further because the MAGA world has already seen its own share of political drama.
Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are both facing major blowback from their own supporters for not only backing, but encouraging offering more visas to highly skilled foreign workers. Over the Christmas holiday, Musk posted this online saying, think of this like a pro sports team. If you want your team to win the championship, you need to recruit top talent wherever they may be. He later added, I'm referring to bringing in, via legal immigration, the top 0.1% of engineering talent as being essential for America to keep winning.
So the reality of the matter is, I don't have an issue with H-1B visa programs. I don't have an issue with migration at all. Migration is what has kept America so dominant. The problem with how migration is done, however, or the major reasons as to why people like Elon Musk like immigration in general, is because it creates an alternative secondary labor market that is reliant on maintaining their job. Because under normal circumstances, if you're a regular American, right, you have a couple pressures that keep you at your shitty job. Those pressures are the fact that you don't have health care if you lose your job. That's number one. So if you're a regular American citizen, you go to school, you go to college, you take on major student loans. You're taking on a shit ton of debt just to be able to become a more productive, more valuable worker. And in the end of that process, now you have to pay off those loans. So there are a couple different external pressures that keep you at your shit end job. A job that your educational attainment does not require you to take on in normal circumstances, but now you're desperate. Obviously, one of those reasons is how expensive college is and all the student loans that you have to take in order to even go there. That traps you. The second reason, that is perhaps the more significant reason, the more important reason, is that if you leave your job, you don't have health care because your health care is tied to your job. But for our endlessly parasitic, capital-owning class, that level of exploitation is not enough. As profit rates have a tendency to decline, our capital owners look to the more malleable aspects of value, more malleable aspects of commodity production, which is always going to be the labor force. That's not enough, so they either A, move manufacturing overseas to a developing nation in an effort to draw out higher profit margins in general, even though that is a logistical nightmare overall. It still is infinitely cheaper at the end of the day for people who want to produce goods at the as cheaply as possible. Another thing that they also do is take advantage of migrant workers. H-1B visas are supposed to be for these incredibly talented workers that are highly skilled and have gotten, they've gotten all this education. And it's understandable that we have this mentality towards the brain drain. It's what has kept America competitive. It helps improve scientific research in the country. There are many different benefits for the H-1B visa program. The problem, or rather not the problem, but the additional benefit, the real benefit for the likes of Elon Musk, however, is that outside of the two pressure factors that I've mentioned for documented American laborers, there's a third component that is even more consequential. It opens up a new avenue of exploitation because migrant workers, obviously due to the currency exchange, are always going to, if they want to bring money back to their home nations, they're going to be more willing to take a pay cut. That's number one. But number two, perhaps more consequential, is that if they lose their jobs, they don't just lose healthcare, they get fucking deported. And this is precisely the reason why Elon Musk and many other billionaires love the H-1B visa program. Because this way, you get to bring in a migrant worker that is competent, that is well-educated, that will work for much cheaper than the American worker, and is also tremendously leveraged in the eyes of, or rather, Elon Musk has tremendous leverage over the likes of an H-1B worker, and therefore that H-1B worker is endlessly exploitable, much more exploitable than even the documented U.S. citizen laborer. Now, the solution to this problem is to ensure that there is a normalization and a proper processing to ensure that you can't actually depress wages for H-1B workers and keep the wages in the marketplace even. This, of course, is considered socialism or some kind of like price enforcement, some kind of wage enforcement, which is not even a part of the conversation. Not a single person will allow that to happen. And that is precisely why we have arrived at this major problem for a lot of Americans who are like, well, I want to get a job, especially in the tech sector where there's been hundreds of thousands of layoffs. What the is going on? Elon Musk is still trying to fill these roles with migrant workers rather than American laborers. And therein lies the major issue. Therein lies the major problem. Now, I obviously have been gloating a little bit on the timeline over this process because I think it's very funny. A couple things I want to point out. Racist people are so funny. They thought the billionaire man doesn't just want cheaper labor, just like they foolishly think they're superior to a dude born into abject poverty just because the dude is brown. There's an air of entitlement and superiority that a lot of Americans feel over the rest of the world because of American empire. They think like they did it. You didn't do it. You're just a beneficiary of it to a certain degree, and you're not even a good enough beneficiary of it because all the death and destruction that we subjugate the developing nations to do not even come back bountiful to the American society, to the average American labor aristocrat. That's what's so funny about it, is that part of the reason why our GDP is so high is because there are so many expensive middle managers in every process. For-profit healthcare is one of the best glaringly obvious examples of this. There is no real service that they're providing, and it should not exist. It's a concept that literally only churns profit for people. That's it. It's a money-making operation. It doesn't have any real service. It doesn't offer anything. Like, that's not a real concept at all. We just made up an entire industry specifically designed make things more costly, and they certainly do make things more costly, and it makes a lot of money for people who are shareholders. And we've basically done this with every industry. So the second tweet I had, which apparently a lot of right-wingers agreed with, which I thought was strange, is the elites destroyed schooling in this country for profit. They treat teachers like dirt. Kids get shot in school. Then they tell you college is not important and it can't be free. And now you're sitting around mad about H-1B visas. Lamau, you've been robbed blind. Ashley St. Clair said, never thought I'd see the day where I agree with Hassan. A bunch of right-wingers saw this tweet and were like, oh my God, I agree, which is interesting. I guess when you frame it with elites rather than capital owning bourgeois or whatever, oh my God, you're becoming jank. Yeah, totally. This means I agree with right-wingers and not vice versa. I think I'm on the opposite side of that spectrum, where right-wingers are agreeing with me. I'm not agreeing with right-wingers. I am noticing contradictions that other people are also noticing and using that to describe my worldview in a way that people can comprehend. That is the major difference here. Isn't this their argument for school choice? The elites destroyed schooling in this country for profit is literally a argument against school choice. If I didn't know you, I would have assumed you were right-wing just by the use of the word elites. Elites here is obviously a substitute for capital owners, not like, Jews or I don't know, woke they them baristas. Okay, like the actual elites, the actual people who are in control of capitalist society, capital owners. Just so you understand. I mean, everyone here understands it, and the point still stands. The point remains. The elites destroyed schooling in this country for profits. It is true. Part of that is school choice, voucher programs, and rampant privatization. The truth is that rampant privatization has absolutely gutted and destroyed American public education, and that is a major component as to why American laborers are no longer competitive in the global market. And there are two ways out of this. Either you try to engage in isolationist policies, or you rapidly improve the educational infrastructure in this country and make it as egalitarian as possible in order to yield the best possible results. Because you don't fucking know what people's ceilings are. This is part of the problem with racist sentiment. There are many issues with white supremacist attitudes, but this is a major problem. You have no idea what a kid growing up in Southside Chicago, what their potential actually looks like. When you rob them of that potential ahead of time, you'll never know. That's it. And in that process, because we're trying to eke out profits from every corner, from every sector possible, we actually end up making our labor force less competitive in the global marketplace. And that's why, inevitably, countries like China will thrive in this marketplace because they don't fuck around with education. This is why it's always hilarious when Donald Trump, in the same conversation, will say something along the lines of abolishing the Department of Education. And in the same breath, without a shred of irony, will turn around and say, look at Norway and Chinese education. It's so much better than us. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because they understand the importance of education across the board. So there's two ways out of it, which is to endlessly engage in profit seeking while simultaneously push harder and harder, engage in more isolationism, and continue rampant exploitation and refuse to educate your broader populace and become dumber as a society. A dumber society is easily controlled, easily manipulated, so it still benefits the capital owners in general as they rely on better educated migrant workers that are more exploitable. Or you can continue migration while also simultaneously ensuring that every American gets the proper education all the way up to the college level, make college education free in general, and stop listening to dumbass elites like Elon Musk who take advantage of that division in American society to sell you a lie. I am reminded of the Vivek Ramaswamy moment where he wore that Texas jacket and the big cowboy hat. Let me see if I can find it. This is all it takes for many dumbass Americans. All it takes is for a guy like this, who is a hedge fund pharma bro, who is one of the major villains of American society that has robbed regular Americans blind. All it takes is for this dude to put the Texas jacket on, put a big ass cowboy hat on, and go, I don't like trans people. I think trans people are robbing you blind. I don't like them Mexicans. And then everybody goes, you're right. You're right, King. American history is riddled with people like this. One of the greatest examples is Ronald Reagan, who was literally an actor. This is precisely the Ronald Reagan method. Fake populist bullshit. Make Americans divided, make them focus on racial boundaries that don't disrupt the capitalist pecking order, and you can rob them blind. Vivek Ramaswamy set us Indian Americans back 2 decades by doing this bootlicker shit. Yeah, it's also kind of funny because as far as like the right-wing BJP Indian Twitter, they're still blaming other Indians, not a shock, who happen to be leftist. So that is also hilarious because the metric ton of racism is not coming from other Indians who happen to be of a lower caste or happen to be leftist. The metric ton of racism is coming from white people in general who literally just despise Indians and don't care. Don't make the don't distinguish between like the good kind and the bad kind. Okay, that's not a real concept. There's never been a real concept. That will never be a real concept. That's not a thing that racists do. It turns out racists don't actually distinguish between non-white people all that much. They just say, oh, you're non-white and therefore you're lesser. What do you have to say about societies that have arguably surpassed America, particularly China, that have huge emphasis on STEM and like zero humanities majors compared to America? That's wrong. The idea that like there is no humanities majors in China is objectively incorrect. Countries like China quite literally fund art programs. They fund humanities all the time. They don't just fund humanities, they fund art programs in general. It's not, what you're saying is not correct about China, nor was it correct about the USSR, for example. It's so funny to say that like there isn't robust literature and robust art in a nation as large as China. A lot of the big tech companies right now are losing a lot of talent to private equity / hedge funds. I know developers who are in their late 20s that are making $225K a year plus 50 to 75K source, firm, or hedge fund developer who got the fuck out. I make less now, but at least I'm not selling my soul. Yeah, here, I'll just say it like this, okay? I have obviously personal experience with this, not from my own immediate experience in the workforce, but let's just say I know someone who is very close to me, who is highly educated and builds spaceships for a living. And what I have seen in terms of workplace treatment, in terms of job prospects, in terms of what that specific sector looks like, you would be shocked. I was certainly shocked when I saw how incredibly dire the situation is. And I talked about this yesterday as well. Every sector in the United States of America, including like what was formerly known as the golden bracelet sectors, like engineering, you know, maybe lawyering, being a doctor. Engineering was supposed to be part of that process. Nowadays, even engineering is basically relegated to the passion that you have for building certain things, because it's certainly not about the money. If you're an engineer and you want to make money, you got to go into finance. The only sector that you can make money in is finance, okay? It's business and finance. That's it. And that's precisely why so many people that have, no matter what their background is, go into that sector. So if you understand the motivational capacity that wages have, your salary has, then you can understand how to fix this problem. Are you saying doctors don't make good money? No, I'm saying engineers don't make as much good money as they used to. It all still comes back to wages. If you want to positively incentivize people into going to certain sectors that need extra hand, you have to ensure that wages are higher and that sector is still capable of recruiting the top level talent. But we have a negative incentivization structure in the United States of America, where basically we make it so that the bottom is endless, and therefore you're constantly competing with the entire globe, with the labor force of the entire fucking globe, where your starting position is worse off in general too, despite the fact that you're in the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet. You're in the wealthiest nation on the planet, a nation that has seen a 14% increase in homelessness this past year. Think about that. 700,000 people are sleeping outside tonight. Insane. On top of that, you have to take you're saddled with student loan debts that force you into jobs that you don't even want to take, despite your educational attainment. And people eat one another alive and yelling about how college is for the elites and it's gay and woke and that's the real problem and DEI is the real problem or whatever. A number of different unnecessary and idiotic takes are flying around. Meanwhile, people like Elon Musk are robbing you blind. And this story in and of itself is fantastic for me because I think it exposes how easily tricked many Americans are and how they utilize the racism button to gain favor and continue further division in American society as they continue their domination. They don't give a fuck about anything other than making more money, okay? They only care about profits. It doesn't matter what happens to you.
Musk is being backed up by his partner in Trump's government efficiency initiative, Vivek Ramaswamy. He says it's a cultural issue that there aren't more competitive engineers in the U.S. Here's what he said online. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the job.
Like, this is so stupid. It's incredible. We're not venerating our nerds enough. Our culture doesn't venerate nerds. Yeah, that's the problem. Thank you, Vivek. I love that Vivek basically was like, yeah, I got no pussy when I was in high school, so now it's your fault. Also, it's not like Vivek is a fucking engineer. What has he produced? He hasn't done shit. He's a hedge fund guy. He is a pharma bro. He's a fucking Silicon Valley tech guy. Him, JD Vance, Elon Musk even. Elon Musk is at least like visibly autistic as so people assume that he's like some kind of engineering savant when he's not. He has one patent. What the fuck has he done? He has one patent. All he does is hire the appropriate people and then, put them under horrific circumstances. These guys are all business majors LARPing like they're actually cooking up new inventions. It's all aesthetics. There actually was one guy in my high school who qualified for the U.S. International Math Olympiad team, but now works in a quant firm. It's so messed up that his talents are being focused to trade the stock market due to that being what capitalism brought. Exactly. I'm sure that dude could apply himself better in a public research capacity instead of churning out extra profits for capital owners who hire him. But that's where the big bag is. So why the fuck would you not go there? The only thing that stops you from going there is the genuine passion that you have. This is what I was talking about with respect to fucking engineering. The only thing that keeps certain engineers continuously in the engineering side of things and not going to finance where all the money is certainly not the job prospects. It's certainly not the comfortable salary that you get. It is your own pure passion. It is autism. It is the autistic interest that you have in building certain things. That's it. And some people go, all right, this, I need to make money. And then they go into finance anyway. There is so much talent in this world, from highly educated people all the way to people whose potential is robbed from them due to the unequal circumstances they were born into, where people could apply themselves to truly make revolutionary, groundbreaking, world-changing technology to improve people's lives in a dramatic capacity. And yet all of that talent and all of that brain power is lost to the finance sector, because that's the only thing that makes money. That's the only thing that people care about. And as all these other sectors offer you very little pay, as the cost of living increases in these major cities that you have to get these jobs at, that's it. We're just cooking ourselves. We're cooking society.
A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World, or Zach and Slater over Screech and Saved by the Bell, or Stefan over Steve Urkel and Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. But that argument is not going over well with Trump's MAGA base, certainly not online. Some of them saying, we did not ask them to engineer an immigration policy. Tech wants indentured servants, not high-skilled workers. You don't even know what MAGA immigration policy is.
And Coulter said American workers can leave a company, imported H-1B workers can't. Tech wants indentured servants, not high-skilled workers. Yeah, it's not just tech, by the way. And Coulter, it certainly isn't just tech. Let me tell you, it's every sector. It's every sector. That's where undocumented migrants come in. You know, driving your Ubers, picking the crops. Who do you think is doing that? Building houses. Who is working in the kitchen? The problem is capitalism makes people more vicious and more self-interested, and causes people not to recognize that a lot of Americans, or a lot of people across the globe, have the exact same interests, the exact same class interests. So when those class dynamics are mystified consistently through the likes of identity politics and all these other different classifications that are applied to workers broadly, and the attitude developed within liberalism is this zero-sum game always. People go, why the would you raise the wages for undocumented migrants? They should be deported. Not realizing that if there was at least some kind of legal safeguards for undocumented migrants, that they could be processed and become documented laborers in the American marketplace, in the American labor marketplace, where they could actually work alongside the documented U.S. labor force and unionize and demand higher wages and better workplace protections. It would genuinely improve all labor in this country. But as it stands, the way we operate, we have a constant depressive force on wages, an endless talent pool that refreshes through incredibly violent means such as deportation. Those guys are just the same as you. There is nothing different between an undocumented migrant and a documented U.S. labor. There's no difference whatsoever. They're just trying to make a living in the exact same ways that you are trying to make a living. They're coming from dire circumstances in comparison to the average American worker. That much is true. But if there were universal workplace protections, they wouldn't be endlessly exploited in the same way. And therefore, they would not operate in a depressive capacity to the rest of the marketplace, the rest of the wage laborers. The system has created an endless bounty of treats that are at an affordable price point for the average American consumer. So on that front, that level of consumption has this dulling effect on the, I guess, labor aristocracy in the United States of America. However, it has consistently not only depressed wages, where wages have not kept up with productivity, but also on top of that, it just ruins your life further and further, slowly but surely. All the big ticket items that you need, like a college education for upward social mobility, is now impossible to attain without taking on hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loans that will then trap you into jobs that you don't want to actually do, that you are overqualified for. But it doesn't matter because what else is out there? Someone has to pay those student loan debts. So you take on these jobs in the service sector, even though you're supposed to be doing something different. And it ties you into that job. Not only are you saddled with death, but you're tied to that job because there's no other way for you to get health care. China spends 7 trillion yuan, about 1 trillion USD on education, more than double what they spend on defense, more than what the US spends on defense. University is basically free even for the poorest villager. Yeah, we can't do that. That's too costly. And also, if education is free, who the is going to go? If college is free, then why the would you sign your soul to the Defense Department, to the Pentagon? Hello? If college is free, then you no longer have student loan debts that you have to pay off. Why the would you take on? You would have far too much leverage to say no to certain jobs until those jobs actually pay well enough. That's it. That's the entire principle behind the way that our system is designed. It's negative incentives all the way down. Right wing has arrived at DI by accident. What if I were to tell you that all matter of white identity politics is already white DEI? What if I were to tell you that all the racism that you see is literally white DEI? Everybody loves DEI. Listen to a bunch of the Musk Loomer space. It's so wild. It's so embarrassing. Musk says accurately and repeatedly. Loomer said she would escalate her complaint to Trump, and Musk asked her who she thought she was. You're not the people. You're a person. Let's get that straight. And an insane person at that. As someone here on H-1B, this discourse made me really concerned about my situation. There's no other legal pathway to immigration without an H-1B. No, I know. Also, H-1Bs are not bad. It is good. It's a good structure on principle. It's a good structure in theory. I don't even care. It doesn't even need to be H-1B visas. I don't take issue with any sort of migration in general. I want to document all of the laborers across the board that are working in American commodity production, because I understand that is the only way to improve wages and benefits for all American workers. The problem is they don't want to do that, and American capital owners only want to utilize H-1B visa workers in a way to exploit them further, in a way that they can exploit them more than they can exploit the documented U.S. labor force, because there are multiple pressures on top of that.
But also I saw Mark Cuban, Mr. Mayor, responding to that saying, well, and I think we have what he had posted, quoting to Elon Musk and Vivek, saying, well, everyone, argue college is overrated. If you're arguing we need to have more homegrown engineers, don't we need more kids who are going to college? I mean, I think he's being a bit sarcastic there, but that is kind of the dual arguments that you...
I mean, that's it. That's it. You can't literally be like, college sucks and it's gay and woke and there should be no college. You shouldn't go to college. And then simultaneously be like, oh, what the why are there so many more better educated immigrant labor out there? Yeah, no shit, dude. Of course. You have literally systematically destroyed American education for years to turn profit, to make the broader populace more servile, easier to dominate, more malleable. You've made college so goddamn expensive that when American laborers want to be more productive and get education, higher education, you've made it impossible for them to do so without being saddled with thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. And then you're just shocked. Your argument doesn't make sense there? What do you mean? How does it not make sense? Education is consistently defunded and undermined in this country, driving a massive wedge between the quote-unquote middle class, like working class, and capital owners. If you're from a wealthy background, you can go to an elite private school. It's very costly, but at least you get the top-notch education. Then, from there on, you can go to a better college. If you're already wealthy, your parents probably went to a good college. Therefore, you have the one true affirmative action that everybody allows in this country, legacy admission. You're set up in a way where if you're wealthy, your next of kin will also have a massive, robust network. For poor people, for poor Americans, they do not get any of these benefits. They're cooked. And the quality of education that they get, if you're a part of the underclass, gets worse and worse year over year. What about POCs that are in higher education but are not getting those jobs? This is an issue that affects all Americans. Wait, what? I'm confused as to why you think this is like somehow opposing an argument that I have presented. I genuinely don't know what you're saying, unless you mean POCs as a person of capital. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Laura Loomer, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Laura Loomer actually did bring up a good point where there's a lot of like entry-level jobs that where Tesla and even SpaceX, I think, where Elon Musk relied on H-1B visa workers rather than American laborers. And we know what the real reason as to why he did that. The real reason as to why he did that is because, once again, H-1B visa workers are more easy to dominate. That's it. They have additional pressure on top of the regular pressures that the documented U.S. labor force has. They're more vulnerable. They have less leverage. They can be deported if they don't play ball, if they lose their jobs. It's all about finding the most vulnerable workers that you can dominate, because ultimately you want them to do the job of 2 workers, 3 workers, 4 workers. They are easier to exploit. Oh, okay, I think you're missing a point. I love you, Hassan, but I've listened to you too much for about 6 weeks, and I think you need to do a deeper dive into race. Yes, we understand that. I do. I think chat does too. Dude, in 2024, we're not doing that. No more hollow racial critiques. Racism is a divisive component of this conversation that basically gets these dumbass MAGA guys to be on board with whatever the white supremacist forces are advocating for. If you think 2025, if you think that I'm not familiar with how racial dynamics are factored into this equation, I don't know what to tell you. This is still, at the end of the day, a primarily class-based problem. You want to know why I know this is a class-based problem? Racism is just an additional component that makes the position of capital owners more marketable to the white working class. You want to know why I know this is a class problem? Because they used to make these arguments against other people that were not considered white, that are now obviously considered white. It's just depending on where these people are coming from, like the Irish, like the Italians, Polish people, Jewish people. Racism in this regard is simply a way to try and get broader subsects of the American labor force on board with arguments that actually harm them. This is literally the same situation for illegal Mexican immigrants on farms, right? Am I wrong? Basically, a workforce, you can work 4x the time for 25% of the pay for normal Americans, but because it's tech world and fancy sounding names, people don't associate them. Yes, you're absolutely correct, which is why I keep repeating that point over and over again. Wait till business owners, like small business owners that rely on undocumented labor, wait till those guys start feeling the pain of mass deportation. Following since 3 days ago, I think this person isn't aware that you talk about this constantly. I know. Racism in this regard is a way to drive a wedge between the working class, because the violence that is dished out upon black workers, brown workers alike, is dished out on a class basis. Unless you are talking about like individual acts of violence or the additional violence that comes from systemic racism, when we're talking about wage laborers, when we're talking about how wages work and why H-1B workers are seen as fantastic additions to the American workforce by these capital owners, it is because they have an extra component of vulnerability, and that is that they can get deported if they don't have their jobs. That means they are more readily available to work longer hours, for example. They can be brutalized and exploited further than the documented labor force can be, regardless of what their background is. It's that simple. Trying to drive a wedge into this conversation by being like, well, it's actually white supremacy. You're not talking about white supremacy. When white supremacy is an important component in this conversation, only when you're talking about how this attitude is marketed or how the resentment is universalized by white working class racists who don't understand that they are being f***ed over, when I'm literally trying to explain to people who might be in the margins of having these sorts of attitudes that they have the same exact interest that every other worker has all around the world. All you're doing is unnecessarily trying to bring the conversation back You're unnecessarily trying to bring the conversation back to identity politics with a very hollow, very shallow conceptual understanding of identity politics. You are either willingly or unwillingly playing the role of a wrecker in this regard. Yeah, whites are attacking Indians for smelling bad because of their class, not their race. You're so dumb. I don't see color. Lefters. Yeah, whites are attacking Indians for smelling bad because of their class. Are you okay? Are we having a conversation about the white supremacist attitudes that many race people demonstrate towards Indians, or are we having a conversation about like what the capital owners' interests here are in terms of retaining H-1B visas as a structure and why that is so beneficial for your bosses? But yes, racism as a white supremacist attitudes and racism as a divisive component in regular political discourse is used in this regard. You're not wrong. Yes, white people are like, oh, Indians come from a different culture. They can't be a part of Western society. They smell bad. Yeah, that is unimaginably racist. The practical application of that kind of racism is so that people differentiate themselves from others who have the exact same class interests as they do in order to divide the working class and dominate them with ease. So yes, unless you personally, as a rad lib, believe that people are just intrinsically tribalist and it's not learned behavior and they're ontologically evil due to their intrinsically tribalist nature, which by the way has no solution whatsoever to that problem. So I guess we just have to kill racist people, I guess. Like, I don't know how you want to approach the problem, how you would tackle this problem. Have to understand and contend with, yes, a materialist analysis of the issue. What the is this argument? You end up playing the role in the exact same way that racists do. Even though you're morally correct if you're anti-racist, ultimately you're serving the same exact purpose, which is the underlying assumption that like white people on the other side of the equation, who also are being destroyed by class dynamics, by class politics in general, who are victim to class violence, are actually the real enemies. I do not care about fucking bourgeois. I do not care about the capital owners. I want the American working class to be punished. That's your attitude. Talking out against racism equals rad lib. I never said class is not important. Race is a very important factor too. No, you want this conversation to be dominated on the virtues of race and race alone. When I'm having a conversation about the class component, you want to bring it back to race. You want to simply talk about the individual racist acts that you see from dumbass racist people without having a broader conversation. This is the one time where I'm not directly talking about racism and tackling it head on. And you immediately go back, no, stop talking about class, only talk about race. While you are morally on the right side of this argument, if you are anti-racist, and it seems like you are, you're still serving the same purpose, diluting the conversation, trying to laser in on one component. And now that you were called out for this weird wrecker behavior, you go, talking out against racism equals rad lib. I was simply talking out against racism. Yeah, because they're critiquing their race. No one cares about the H-1B visa holders from Europe, because a lot of the H-1B visa holders overwhelmingly still come from China and India. This doesn't justify the racism that they experience. Also, this is incorrect as well. UK had to import a lot of Romanian laborers and Polish laborers. That was a big component as to why they wanted to leave the European Union. That's why Brexit happened. The overwhelming majority of the British working class were frustrated with the fact that there was a shit ton of Polish workers in the UK. So no, it literally in that regard wasn't because the Polish mind is servile and easy to dominate, and it's not up to standard with the unique high IQ British mentality. It was because they were like, what the they're taking the jobs. This man runs the identity politics like a Republican campaign manager. Yeah, it's so dumb because this is something that everyone in this community understands, okay? Racism is not only inappropriate, it's idiotic, it's wrong. Everybody understands this. All you're doing in this situation is basically going, racism is bad. Yeah, no shit, dude. Thanks for the brilliant take. I really, you changed my worldview in its entirety. Please stop talking about class dynamics and go back to race instantly. And then you also turn around and say, oh, this is just class reductionism. You're just being a fucking annoying wrecker for no goddamn reason in a situation where the material reasons why people want H-1B visa workers in the eyes of the bosses is not because Indian workers are easier to dominate, because a lot of people are white supremacist and anti-Indian, okay? That's not the reason. It's because of currency exchange rates, and also because, and more importantly, you'll get fucking deported if you lose your job. So you are easy to exploit. That's why I talked about whiteness as an ever-expanding concept early on, and do so pretty much every single fucking day, because if the broadest majority of like H-1B visa workers were coming from fucking Poland, then yes, I promise you, as is historically what has happened in American history towards the antagonism that Americans in the in-group have demonstrated towards the out-group, they would be anti-Polish, just like they were in the UK, just like they were in the United States of America. That's not exact same, but my tech company hires software engineers out of India instead. We are fully remote. Salaries are 1/3 the cost of a U.S. employee. Yes, that's what I'm saying. If the majority of H-1B was from Poland, we would not have this problem. You are wrong. You are absolutely wrong. If the overwhelming majority of H-1B visa workers were Polish, Americans absolutely would be busting out old ass like anti-Polish sentiment in that they would accept the Polish. No, they wouldn't. And no, they haven't. They literally historically have not. So you're wrong. It took decades for Americans to adopt Polish people into the broader white in-group. What the fuck are you talking about? And I gave you an example from recent history where that literally was a major problem for the UK. This feels like the kind of derailer that's doing anything to get an out of context clip. I don't know. I just don't. It's like, it's a wonderful opportunity to cherish Republican infighting, but god damn it, do radlibs have radlibs will look at any gift that has been given to us in this community, where this is an opportunity for radicalization, for people to understand their class position. They will come in here and be like, no, you're fucking wrong. You simply don't understand how white supremacy works, and that white supremacist attitudes are intrinsic qualities that are unchangeable. There are two factions here: the populace who would hate Polish foreign workers too, and the white nationalists who openly admit they'd be fine with European immigrants filling these roles. Yeah, but white nationalists in the UK also hated the Polish workers. That's the point, because whiteness is a socio-political construct that can expand or shrink. That's the point. Polish people historically have found themselves in the non-white category not that long ago. Look at Nazi Germany. Class reduction being used to justify racism is a real problem in many parts of the world. This ain't one of those instances. Exactly. It's also, I'm not even saying that like race doesn't matter at the end of the day, okay? Race does play a big role in this. Racism is the marketing component that universalizes and makes the capital owners aligned with the white working class that have these racist attitudes. It is historically a very effective way, especially in America, a white supremacist society with unexamined and resilient white supremacist aspects, has been the most significant way to rob everyone blind, okay? Don't make me bust out the Lee Atwater quote again, or the LBJ quote again. If you convince the lowest white man that he is still somehow higher than the highest black man, that you can rob him blind, hell, he'll open out his pockets for you.
There are a lot of labor shortages that are actually the biggest problem to growth, productivity, and really the future of the country. And that is going to require more immigration. It's always been America's benefit, value add, particularly compared to Europe or a lot of other places in the country. It's why we have had historically higher growth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, Congressman. I mean, why, I can never figure out, why is it that when on the right, some of these anti-immigrant folks talk about this, they're not also talking about what it actually is going to take to bring American workers to these jobs, whether it's raising their skill.
I think the idea that like there is a labor shortage of skilled American workers in these fields is also incorrect, especially when like Elon Musk himself did this. Okay, what did he do? He bought Twitter. He was forced into buying Twitter from a Delaware court. Obviously, he didn't want to buy Twitter at the price point that he was buying it at, but he was forced to buy Twitter. And what did he do? He immediately fired every person that works at Twitter that wasn't an H-1B visa holder. Now, the product sucked as a direct consequence of that. It's barely working with a skeleton crew. But why did he do that? He did that because it's not that H-1B visa workers are significantly better at their jobs than like American workers are. He did that because those guys have to keep their jobs in order not to be deported. It's that simple. There isn't a massive shortage of comp sci engineers in the United States of America. As a matter of fact, many of them are in here right now, probably delivering Uber Eats at this very moment because they got laid off from the jobs that they were at. So that in and of itself is another aspect of this issue as well.
Yes, we need to secure the border. We need to stop the massive influx of illegal immigration. But the fact is we have a population decline in this country, and we have a workforce shortage. We have a shortage of doctors, nurses, engineers, home health aides, ag workers, construction workers, hospitality workers. We need to not only have an...
We don't. We have a shortage in one very important component. We have a shortage in wages. There's a pay shortage, there's a benefit shortage, and that's it. This is another way of trying to do the nobody wants to work anymore attitude.
But we need an education system that is ensuring that we are building the workforce that we need. It's not just about having a pipeline to college. We need a pipeline to the jobs that need to be filled, which means our K through 12 system needs to be reevaluated.
Yeah, when Lawler says this, by the way, as a Republican, he means we need to privatize education further, driving an even larger wedge between the broadest subsects of American society that don't have the finances to be able to send their children to private school. Just so you understand, these people want to make K through 12 education the exact same way that college works in this country. And then they complain, they have the audacity to complain about college education being so costly in this country and how you should just abandon it altogether. So what do you do in that situation? Are you going to abandon K through 12 education altogether as well?
Okay, so here's his post. He says the reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy, wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture, a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. Sounds a little embittered, maybe. Is it American culture that's the problem?
Surprise, surprise. Rich billionaire guy agrees with other rich billionaire guy about continuing a hyper-exploitative process in terms of H-1B visas that help other rich billionaire guys. Surprise, surprise. Trump supporters and his tech allies are arguing over H-1B visas.
Not produce the best engineers. Elon Musk, who along with Ramaswamy will lead Trump's Department of Government Efficiency, also posted on X that same day, quote, the number of people who are super talented engineers and super motivated in the USA is far too low. The backlash was fast and furious from Trump loyalists who support strict limits on immigration.
American jobs for American citizen workers.
Trump's former White House Chief of Staff, Steve Bannon, on his War Room podcast on Friday, calling on stalwart Trump supporter Laura Loomer to...
Honestly, maybe the fascists in America aren't as... I have it together as...
explain what she sees as the conflict amongst supporters of the president-elect.
Why are these people who have a history of hating President Trump all of a sudden trying to dictate us on our immigration policy and telling us that we're stupid, we're not the best and brightest, we have to import people to do the job in tech?
Musk posting on X late Friday about some Republicans, quote, and those contemptible fools must be removed from the Republican Party root and stem. Silent for now on the issue, President-elect Trump.
I love this so much. Rad libs are cooking, I fear. It was all fun and games when the target was Black Americans. I mean, yeah, and Mexicans too. It is kind of interesting to see so many of the far right, like Indian accounts in the midst of all of this, turn around and be like, whoa, 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 we're the model minority. What you mean? And it's like, oh, did you use the cologne I got you?
Yeah, why you smell it?
Yeah, it smells great,
it
dude.
It does smell really good.
Yeah.
Huge civil war among Trump's inner circle, the billionaires versus the nationalists, chiefly former White House strategist Steve Bannon biting back.
The nerds don't take criticism, and I say, you can't run a country by algorithm.
It all started when an Indian-born entrepreneur, Sriram Krishnan, was announced as the incoming Trump administration's AI czar.
I feel nervous. I feel real pressure. You know, I don't want to screw this up. I mean,
Trump's MAGA movement imploded into broader arguments about immigration. Elon Musk, increasingly at the right hand of the incoming president, hit back, calling fellow Republicans unrepentant racists, then becoming a target himself of some of the loudest pro-Trump voices his own platform has amplified.
This is about being able to speak truth to power and speak truth about unelected billionaires who now want to pretend like they are president.
It shows just how troublesome a second administration could be for Donald Trump, with MAGA tribes already turning on themselves.
He started it.
Amazing.
In his clash with the far right over immigration, Elon Musk is now going after the hardliners, the very heart.
Nerds versus jocks discourse in the White House, and Trump hasn't even been sworn in. I know. I love that so.
I love how rich people are just so used to being like, fuck off, poor people. I don't give a fuck what you think. Shut up. Just shut up. Shut up. Good working people. Shut up. The right wing's like, these MAGA morons are like, the Republicans are the party of the working class, and the second they take power, they're like, shut up, workers. We're in charge. Get the fuck out of here, stupid.
So much of the modern fascist movement is basically held together by contempt for what they assume is liberalism and like certain minority groups. Like they all got together because they were like, yeah, we hate trans people, am I right? Yeah, like Black and brown people. And all of a sudden when they're like, hey, by the way, we want to continue hiring other brown people that we can consistently undermine and fill these roles that like at wage prices that Americans are not going to fill these roles in. All of a sudden, everyone's like, whoa, amazing.
Of the MAGA base, labeling them just a few hours ago as, quote, contemptible fools who must be removed from the Republican Party, root and stem. Musk now finds himself pitted against the likes of Steve Bannon, however, Trump's former White House aide, who came out against Musk's push for H-1B visas, which allow highly skilled foreign workers into the U.S. and has long been the lifeblood of Silicon Valley.
H-1B visas, that's not what it's about. It's about taking American jobs and bringing over essentially what become indentured servants at lower wages. This thing's a scam by the oligarchs in Silicon Valley to basically take jobs from American citizens, give them to what become indentured servants from foreign countries, and then pay them less. Simple. To let him into through the golden door.
Now, Bannon's comments align him with people like the far-right activist Laura Loomer, who has been bashing Musk for days now on this and is even accusing him of censoring her on his own platform. Now, that was after she posted racist messages like this, saying our country was built by white Europeans, actually, not third world invaders.
Guys, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think Stephen Bannon, who worked for Goldman Sachs for most of his career, gives a shit about workers' rights. He's just racist. He's using left populist sentiment about workers' rights in an effort to push for his racist desires. He just wants America to be perfectly white so that everyone looks like Steve Bannon. A grotesque husk, a human skin tag. That's it. What did you say? No, go ahead.
I said he was hot.
But all of this began after Trump named Sriram Krishnan, a tech entrepreneur and investor who was born in India, as his senior policy advisor on artificial.
He got Kash Patel in there too, and he got Vivek. That's too many Indians for the racists, dude. They're like, what the f are you doing?
And it's culminated today with Elon Musk not backing off of his stance, despite the backlash that he is facing from the MAGA right. Instead, he's writing tonight, anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have my respect.
It's gone woke.
Noticeably silent in all this infighting in his party, the president-elect himself. And CNN senior correspondent Donnie O'Sullivan. And it's great to have you all here. Jonah, I'm sure you've been watching, just like I have, as all of this has been playing out, only, getting worse today with really just seeing these people at each other's throats on lines. What does it say to you?
No, Trump has been silent about this, specifically because he knows he wants H-1B visa workers, which he's revealed recently, and he knows that it's just a very unpopular position because his base is so racist. Arun says the silver lining to all this is it'll make Indian Americans stop supporting Republicans because they realize that the people they support don't like them either. I don't think so. Maybe, but I think it's too hopeful. As far as what I've heard from my Indian friends who have immediate older family members that are in the MAGA world, kind of, their resentment for other Indians and the left is far more consequential in the way that they operate than like the broader anti-Indian sentiment being expressed loudly and proudly by the right. At least for some people, I think that they're not going to change course. They're just going to look for like another vector of hate to be like, no, it's still like lower caste Indians and the leftist, the communist Indians they're giving us a bad name. They're giving us a bad rap. That's why these guys like hate us.
It's just going to go back to being something that they try to hide and like obfuscate as much as possible. Didn't Elon just nuke a bunch of super racist far-right accounts partially because they were finally stepping against him?
Yeah.
But I think one of the things Elon said in his tweets was basically like, I gave you idiots a platform, blah, blah, blah. Which, I mean,
it was Adrian Dittman who said that. We don't know if that's
sorry.
Elon.
Yeah, my
allegedly
bad.
Elon Musk.
Allegedly Elon Musk, but
decent amount of evidence to suggest that it might be Elon Musk.
So I think it just goes back to isolating them a little bit more so they can't all come out here and pile on the best good rich boy.
I just don't think that the online right was as formative and as important a part of this coalition as like a lot of people think they are. Both on the left and the right, people have a tendency to overemphasize the impact that like a bunch of esoteric Nazi losers have, and I think it directly comes from. I mean, I feel like I'm giving the cheat code here when I say this, but I think even if you were to like push them aside and be like, yeah, you suck, you would not necessarily face a tremendous amount of repercussions. As a matter of fact, it's probably beneficial for you to do such a thing. They're not real movers and shakers.
Yeah, it is remarkable to see this because some people who, have studied Elon Musk for a long time were saying that when this friendship was blossoming, No,
I don't think so. I think even those upper caste idiots will be forced to not support Republicans in the face of direct racism because the main reason Indians support Republicans is for the tax breaks. I think there will be a come to Jesus moment for some of them. There's a lot of BJP supporters that are actually Democrats. It's so funny. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense if you're a BJP guy and you support the Democrats because it's like, whoa, dude, it's BDS. I can't believe you did that. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you out. I haven't opened a can of Diet Coke. They've just been sitting in my fridge. So apologies for keeping it there.
Oh my God. It's over.
I overreacted. It's my bad. He thought it was something different.
It's over for me, chat.
I am now officially the woke of the day. I can't believe how the turntables, dude. How the turntables, holy shit. In any case, of course they support the Democratic Party.
I'm not drinking it. I'm not drinking.
The Democrats are the number one Muslim murder machine. They oversaw the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. Say the line, girl, the boycott. Yeah, girl, the boycott. Anyway.
Inevitably, there are major differences.
Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. My enemy.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, a big part of the reason that this advisor in question is being targeted is because he's not white.
Sullivan.
He's Indian. And you can just go on to X and see the vitriol around this conversation. I mean, they try and say it's about visas and everything else, but really you do not need to scratch the surface too far just to see the level of racism and hate and just really ugly stuff that's happening on that platform. And that is in part, right, because a lot of the white supremacists and racists and others who had been suspended by Twitter for spreading hate in under the previous ownership were all brought back onto the platform under Elon Musk. And so what you're having now is you have people who are also incentivized by the structure put in place in Musk to have these kind of viral posts where they pick on somebody essentially and try to get them to go viral.
And chief among them is Laura Loomer, who, for people who don't, she's not a household name. For people who don't know her, you know, she has pushed conspiracies about 9/11, even though Trump took her to the 9/11 memorial with him. She was on his campaign plane. You know, we saw her getting off of it with him earlier during the 2024 race, not that long ago. She is claiming Musk is censoring her. I heard from people who are opposed to her earlier today saying that's not what's happening here. What did happen with her account?
So yeah, Loomer has about
critical support for our beautiful queen. Our beautiful queen, Laura Loomer, getting banned off of every tech platform once again.
Speaking truth to power.
Yeah, it's really messed up.
The problem on the Republican side right now, the MAGA Republicans, they've got three strains. The one strain is sort of the economically anxious, that people kind of could go either way. They just want lower grocery prices, more affordable housing. They thought Trump might be the guy. You've got these ideologues like Laura Loomer who are sort of culturally anxious, right? They don't want an America that's going to become browner. They're trying to preserve kind of a white Christian heterosexual culture that.
I feel like this is a lot of words to use to just basically not say Nazi.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have the Laura Loomers of the world who are culturally anxious about America becoming a maybe browner nation. It's like, what the?
Yeah, they're Nazis.
Yeah.
To be clear,
they are white supremacists. That's it. CNN won't call a Jewish woman a Nazi, bro. I mean, Stephen Miller is also Jewish. Are we going to act like Stephen Miller, who wrote Donald Trump's white nativist anti-immigrant policies, is not a Nazi? What are we doing here?
Yeah, and Jonah, on that front, you know, we heard from Loomer earlier today saying, still pushing her position. Obviously, as I read just a moment ago, Elon Musk is very much still advocating for his, despite the immense backlash he's been facing. But listen to what Loomer said about what she plans to do with her position on this earlier.
I'm going to escalate it all the way up to President Trump. I'm going to take it to advisors, and I'm going to take it to people I know who have been appointed to cabinet positions. And I'm going to ask them, is this the type of America that we're going to be living in? Are these the campaign promises that were made to MAGA and the American people?
I mean, she does have a direct line to Trump, obviously. We've seen that. Trump has said he doesn't control her, but Elon Musk...
No. Trump didn't say that. Trump said she's a free spirit. Do you remember that?
Is that what he said?
Yes. It is the funniest thing, dude. Does anyone have that clip? I have to show this to you. It's like Trump reacting to Ruth Bader Ginsburg's death level clip, I think.
Oh, it's the first time I'm hearing it. What can you say?
Who are concerned about your close relationship with Laura Loomer?
Free spirit.
Well, I don't know what they would say. Laura's been a supporter of mine, just like a lot of people are supporters, and she's been a supporter of mine. She speaks very positively of the campaign. I'm not sure why you asked that question, but Laura is a supporter. I don't control Laura. Laura has to say what she wants. She's a free spirit. Well, I don't know. I mean, look, I can't tell Laura.
She's a free spirit. She's beautiful. She's beautiful. I love her. She's a free spirit. She goes wherever the wind blows.
Yeah.
I love that about her.
Come on.
She came to me in a dark dream, and her darkness covered me.
I'm sorry.
I'm in her shadow. She is an endless hunger, and I am endless desire.
You know, judge me if you want. Me and Laura Loomer. Obviously don't agree on anything, but hate it. Why?
I made a pact with her many years ago when she came to me in a dream.
Pretty good.
Thank you. Would you watch that?
Keep up this level of comedy when you're on the Fear End podcast later today.
Oh,
one of the ironies of all this is that all of these people across the spectrum, they rode this populist tide in, claiming that establishment Republicans and conservative establishment and the old Reaganite crowd, the old National Review crowd, they don't know anything, and all the answers are super easy, and we know exactly what to do. And then it turns out they come in, and it turns out this stuff is really complicated. H-1B program is complicated for how you reform it, how do you expand it.
I mean, it's not that complicated. Yeah, for racist people, it's not complicated. They just don't want Indians. For the bosses, it's not complicated. They don't care where the immigration is coming from. They want highly educated, skilled workers that they can replace the American workers with, the documented American workers with, because they will work for a cheaper price point, and also they will work longer hours without having the same benefits because their status of being in the United States relies on them continuing to have gainful employment.
Feeding the fishes.
Bravo fucking Zulu, Black Ops.
Hell of a job, crew. Someone pull us out so we can celebrate.
There is this ideology that permeates Western societies that's basically a justification for Zionism, for Israel. I made one like informal video about it on my main channel a couple of months ago, and I call it Jewish exceptionalism. And basically its tenets are this idea that Jewish people are like innately oppressed. They have like an innate essence that makes them special, that their oppression is not something that can possibly ever change, that it has not changed. It's just like something they sort of carry in the blood for all eternity. And because they are innately oppressed, Jews are like innately also allowed to do things that would be unacceptable if other people did them. And also you are anti-Semitic if you don't agree with this. And you see this absolutely everywhere. It's like the bedrock of international propaganda justifying the state of Israel, in Western countries especially. We're going to go over just one recent example of this ideology. It's actually like an extremely good demonstration of it, though I don't want you to think this is the only like instance of it ever, because it's not. It's something incredibly well known. This is just an example of it. It comes from everyone's favorite YouTube streamer, Lonerbox. And you could also call this like the appeal to Jewishness fallacy, where the entire argument is actually you're wrong because they're Jewish. You know, there's something special about Jews that makes what Israel does more permissible. And if you don't take that into account, you are an anti-Semite. Like settler colonialism, genocide, ethnic cleansing, what have you. That might be wrong under normal circumstances, but you completely fail to take into like account the like innate mystical nature of Jewish people. Ergo, you are wrong, ergo you are anti-Semitic. So Lonerbox's fans thought this 1 minute long clip was so awesome that they edited together with music, like inspirational music and like archival footage and stuff like that, and like made an inspiring like pro-Israel propaganda video out of it. So let's actually watch this clip, and we're going to analyze the argument. First, we'll deal with the argument on like the material facts that he brings up. The most important thing is always, are the justifications actually true? Are the things that he is bringing up actually true? Did it actually happen in the way that he's saying? And then we move on to like, okay, does this logic make any sense? And then we'll test this argument and see how much it actually holds up, or if it's just a gish gallop appeal to Jewishness fallacy, as I just said, basically just arguing that Jews have some sort of innately oppressed essence that permeates through space and time, and ergo, we must like all come together to allow them to do basically whatever they want to Palestinians. Let's watch.
The majority of people who live in Israel are refugees from the Arab and Muslim world. The rest of them are largely people who came from the Holocaust, or from 1300 pogroms in Russia, or from anti-Semitism rising in the 20s and 30s. That's why they're there. And you are treating them like they are just some imperial back colony like French Algeria or South Africa or something else. And you think that these people are ever going to be dislodged. There's two things that are never going to happen in that country, okay? One is their...
Super interesting. Their argument is basically like, how dare you? It's like, yeah, you can make a really strong argument that Israel's a lot like French Algeria. I mean, well, yeah, you can. Now, what's their rebuttal to that? How dare you? It's like, yo. Like, y'all know that's like a weird argument, right? It's like, you cannot criticize us. Yeah, you know what? I think Israel's a little bit like French Algeria, or like apartheid South Africa. How dare you? Why? You know, everyone's really quick to condemn like African warlords. You know, different African leaders that do atrocities. And you can make an argument that black people have globally been more oppressed than Jewish people. The Holocaust was obviously terrible. A lot of communists died in the Holocaust too. You don't hear people like Ethan Klein crying about that, or any Israeli really. All these Israel will use the Holocaust to defend their existence, but they will never acknowledge the fact that leftists were killed in the Holocaust too. They could give a fuck. In fact, they would probably gas the leftists too. That's it. But based on what Ethan's saying, like in his war against socialists, it's like there's Israelis, for Israelis, there's a lot of people who did die in the Holocaust that they're totally fine with dying, who weren't Jewish but were leftists.
They're not going to accept being a minority. Never. Not the way that Jews have been treated in the Middle East as minorities by every other Arab Muslim country. They're also never going to leave because they have nowhere else to go. As long as you ignore the real reality and the lived experience of Jews that created Zionism, as long as you keep treating a genuine movement of people who were refugees, who had nowhere else to go in the world, going to a place and deciding, this is our home. If this is not our home, we die. And you don't acknowledge that because you just think it's, oh, white Europeans coming with the British and the Americans. Then yes, you're anti-Semitic because your entire analysis of Israel is completely ignorant of the real experience of Jews that resulted in them going to Palestine.
Let's first analyze the facts here. First claim.
The majority of people who live in Israel are refugees from the Arab and Muslim world. The rest of them are largely people who came from the Holocaust or from 1300 pogroms in Russia or from anti-Semitism rising in the 20s and 30s.
Are the majority of people in Israel refugees? No. The majority of people in Israel are not refugees. You are not a refugee because your great-grandpa was. I think that is pretty clear, right? You know who are actually refugees? Palestinians. Palestinians are refugees. You know why? Because Israelis kicked them out and made them so. And they have since been kept out of possibly returning to their lands, to their homes, by those same Israelis. And thus, they are still refugees. Israelis are not refugees. A refugee is someone who, is kicked out of a place, wants to return, but cannot for reasons beyond their control. Or someone who is kept from returning, whatever. But not a refugee because, according to Loner Box here, 80 years ago, 70 years ago, 60 years ago, your grandpa was kicked out of somewhere. Let's get that off the table first. You are not a perennial refugee forever. Same way that I'm not a refugee because 100 years ago, one of my Greek ancestors was kicked out of Turkey or whatever. 2, the facts he lays it out is simply incorrect. I went over this in my video on the supposed mass expulsions of Jews from the Arab world. This one right here. Key facts from that is 1, massive portions of the Jews who left the so-called Arab world did so voluntarily because, it's a pretty good deal to go to Palestine and take someone else's house, isn't it? 2, because Israel pressured the governments there to basically make deals with them to force the Jews of their country out. And then 3, there was a portion that were actually expelled. And then also on top of that, you also have to acknowledge that 20 years later in the 70s, in some cases less than 20 years later, in some cases 10 years later, those countries came together as a bloc to offer return to all of those Jews who had left or been expelled. All of them. So when you offered return, you are not a refugee. Quite simple. Obviously, they did not take them up on this because this whole point is a red herring. It's an attempt to draw a false equivalence between the Palestinian refugee problem, which is an actually existing real refugee problem, and the Jewish refugee problem, which doesn't exist. 2, this idea that there is like some sort of perennial Jewish terror and Jews cannot live anywhere as a minority is disproven by the fact that Israel is factually a less safe place to live in than fucking New York City or Buenos Aires or any other place with a sizable minority Jewish community. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what's violent? Colonialism. You know what's violent? You know what's risky? Taking someone else's house and then keeping them locked up 50 kilometers away from you, or 5 kilometers away from you, or 500 meters away from you in some situations. That is so much more dangerous than being a Jew in New York. The average Jew in New York, biggest problem is that once they got his order wrong at Starbucks, it's just simply not true. Next, let's analyze that refugee claim there. Wait, I'll let him continue. I already showed the full video, but I want him to continue because he gets to the point of bringing it up. Basically, it was to say that Jews cannot be settler colonists.
That's why they're there. And you are treating them like they are just some imperial back colony like French Algeria or South Africa or something else. And you think that these people are ever going to be dislodged.
There you go. It's anti-Semitic to treat them as if they are just like a colony or like a proxy state because they're Jewish, I guess. Another thing on that refugee point, by the way, is refugees move somewhere not because they want to take that place from the people who are there. Refugees move somewhere to seek refuge among the pre-existing population. You are not a refugee when you move straight into someone else's house. You're not a refugee when you displace someone else. You're not a refugee when you do not live alongside the previous society but destroy it. That is not what a refugee is. A refugee is someone seeking refuge among the previous population. So to call these people refugees because they went to Israel, went to a transit camp, and then moved straight into a Palestinian house, got a gun, and started massacring Gazans trying to cross the border to return to their home they were ethnically cleansed to, that those people are now living in, to call those people refugees is fucking insane. If you want to know who are actually refugees today, recognized refugees, internationally recognized refugees under the same pieces of international law that you constantly defer to. Palestinians, not Israelis, Palestinians. 9.1 million displaced Palestinians worldwide. 8.36 million refugees in total. Let's twist this logic around the other way. Let's flip it. And let's see if it still works. Let's see if he would agree with this statement. Palestinians, given that they are factually refugees, way more than anyone in Israel, does that mean that they cannot do atrocities, they cannot do bad things, that they are specially authorized to do bad things? That if they were to, say, do colonialism, do settler colonialism, we would have to consider their unique ethnic situation, or we would be anti-Palestinianist. Do they have a uniquely permissible situation due to their refugee status, due to being ethnically cleansed, genocided, and massacred? Does that afford them a special right to do things that would otherwise be impermissible? Does he think that? No, he doesn't. So we need to then think about the logic here. If he thinks that Jews had a special right to do colonialism because he justifies it there with this idea that their grandparents, their great-grandparents were refugees, what is it exactly then that makes them so special? If he thinks that logic applies to Jews because 70, 80 years ago, according to him, all the Jews in the world were refugees, how does this not apply to Palestinians, given that today, right now, currently, almost all Palestinians in the world are refugees? The logic falls over immediately when you compare it to an actual contemporary, real, today, actionable example. So now we must ask a follow-up question. Why is there a distinction then? Where does this distinction come from? Why do Jews get to do settler colonialism and it's wrong to call them a colony, it's wrong to call them settlers, it's wrong to call their country a proxy state of Western powers? Why is it that you can't say that about them? Yet Lonerbox would certainly never afford that sort of leeway to Palestinians. He would never, ever make this sort of emotional argument for Palestinians if they were doing the same sort of thing. You can test this. He's against any sort of Palestinian political violence. There is not a single time that Palestinians have taken up arms against their oppressors that he was not against. He even has an extensive video series where he debunks the Great March of Return and tries to justify the Israeli sniping kids during that. Quite clearly, it's not actually on the material basis here. It's not on the merit of the facts that he believes this. So why does he believe it? Jewish exceptionalism. The appeal to Jewishness fallacy. This idea of innate Jewish oppression that is not actually grounded in reality, clearly. Because if you look at reality, if you are Jewish today, what are you most likely to be? One, a firmly middle-class person in a Western country, functionally white in every respect. Two, an Israeli living on stolen land with people being massacred at most 50 kilometers away in a concentration camp for your benefits. So they have to appeal to this sort of idea of an essentially racial, magical Jewish essence. It's like the reverse Nazi logic. The Nazi logic was that Jews, regardless of how materially it makes no sense to say so, regardless of how much this narrative is contradicted by the actual facts on the ground, Jews have some sort of innate essence within them that makes them innately subversive, extremely powerful. It doesn't actually matter that most of the Jews in Europe at the time were living in the Pale of Settlement and relatively poor. Doesn't matter. What actually matters is this argument to them having some sort of magical power, mind control powers that makes them innate oppressor somehow, even when the actual circumstance makes it clear that's impossible. Then we fast forward to today, and this sort of argument made here by the Jewish exceptionalists, those who make this ridiculous emotional argument that's basically just an appeal to Jewishness as some sort of magical thing. Their argument accepts the premise that there's some sort of magical thing about Jews. This premise that a Jew is not a member of a made-up arbitrary ethnic group created by human beings, a social construct, but rather someone imbued with some sort of innate magical essence that makes them perennially always oppressed. So that's the reverse logic. The Nazis were these people have an innate essence that makes them oppress others, that makes them oppress Germans in particular. The Jewish exceptionalists today, who use this reverse logic to justify Israel. What they believe is basically Jews have like some sort of essential magical essence that makes them sort of innately oppressed and always in peril. It's the opposite. And then the solution to that is the opposite as well. The Nazis believe that they need to be killed because they are innate oppressors, while the Jewish exceptionalists believe that because Jews are innately always magically oppressed, they need to be given special permission to kill others. That would never be afforded to anyone else, no matter what, no matter how similar the circumstance is. As I just went over with the Palestinian refugee example, which Lonerbox obviously would never accept as an excuse for Palestinians being allowed to do things that are normally impermissible. So when you put it on its head, the only explanation for this, when you actually assess this argument on the basis of the facts, on its logic, on the potential contradictions, and like trying to apply it to other circumstances, it falls over immediately. So the only logical step that we can take then is that it's a special argument that's only for Jews, and that's the logic at play when you boil it down to what it actually is. Another point of this, by the way, is like it's not just arguing that Jews are oppressed; it's also elevating anti-Semitism above all other sorts of racism, of discrimination. It must be like above everything else, like uniquely bad compared to everything else. Like, you know, you could get away with saying the N-word once, but you could not get away with like being anti-Semitic. Why is that? It's a justification for Israel, obviously. All of it is just a racket that exists to justify Israel. But the logic is that you should not actually look at the material circumstances of today. You shouldn't look at how power has shifted. You shouldn't look at the fact that anti-Palestinian racism, for example, is clearly way, way worse than anti-Semitism in the present day, given that it's currently being utilized to justify the extermination of Gaza. Basically, despite the fact that it is clearly untrue, the demand is that everyone operate as if it's 1943 and the Holocaust is currently still ongoing. And yeah, that is kind of true. There is a Holocaust ongoing, but it's not of Jews. Is never again actually for everyone or not? People, by the way, abide by this. People fall into this all the time. Well-meaning people. Most people accept this logic. Most people don't contest it at all. Most people don't respond to it on a material basis, on the basis of the facts. When someone's like, what, you're anti-Semitic? Don't you know that Jews are all refugees? Jews are all innately oppressed, blah, blah, blah. Most people will be like, no, I'm not anti-Semitic. Of course anti-Semitism is as bad as you're saying. Blah, blah, blah. The thing is, though, it's not. It's not. Look at the actual material circumstances today. This is not 1940 Europe. This is 2024. Power has shifted. Things have changed. Like, I remember this social media post that I saw, and I'm going to leave this as vague as possible because I don't want anyone seeking it out and harassing the guy. And it was this anti-Zionist American Jewish guy, you know, bless his heart and all that. And he posted something like captioning a protest that he was at, a picture of a protest that he was at, and it said, Jewish liberation and Palestinian liberation are intertwined. And I saw that, and you know what I thought? Firstly, it was okay, you know, your heart's in the right place, cool. But what do you need to be liberated from exactly, man? What is it that you need to be liberated from as like an American Jewish guy from New York? And how is this even remotely comparable to Palestinian oppression? And how are these things intertwined? You know, I don't exactly think the people who are presently oppressing Palestinians and massacring them in the name of Judaism, at least they claim it's in the name of Judaism, are in a particular need of being liberated from anything. And these sorts of sentiments fundamentally result from two things. The first one, I feel, is like sort of like a fear of social repercussions that could happen to you if you go against the grain of like this sort of pretending the Holocaust is still ongoing thing that is used to justify Israel, that is used to sort of imply that Israel should have a special right to do things that would otherwise be impermissible. And two, and kind of related to that, because a part of the reason why people don't do this is because they might be afraid to, is the lack of an actual material analysis of the real situation in the world today, where quite clearly Jews are not like living in the Pale of Settlement as second-class citizens. Things have changed, and Jewish emancipation has very much already happened. If there is anyone who today occupies in European Western societies the same sort of position of suspicion, of being suspected of being an internal enemy that Jews did previously, it's Muslims, it's Arabs. So things have clearly changed a lot, and I think it's important that we stop pretending that they haven't. Arabs are like openly talked about by like actual European politicians, people with political systemic power, as if their existence is like some sort of cancer, like a disease that needs to be dealt with. And that is so much worse and so much more pervasive than what most anti-Semitism is today, which is hatred from people largely on the fringes. people without systemic power. Anyway, so let's move back to contesting this argument now. The same sort of argument could be applied to, say, Liberia. Liberia was founded by American slaves. And guess what? They still did settler colonialism against the people who were already there. Does fleeing slavery mean that they had special permission to create a 200-year-long oligarchy with themselves at the top and basically do the same thing that was done to Native Americans in the US, to the African people who were already there when they got there? And all this is also ignoring the fact that Zionism was not founded by oppressed Jews. Zionism was founded by upper middle class, petite bourge, or bourgeois people from Europe. So he said right there, Zionism was founded by oppressed people. There's no actual analysis of material circumstances. It's this idea of innate Jewish oppression. Here, let me play that part.
Going to happen. Lived experience of country. They're also
lived experience. Whenever someone says lived experience, just discard it immediately. It is a worthless appeal to emotion.
Real reality and the lived experience of Jews that created Zionism. As long as you keep treating a genuine movement of people who were refugees.
A genuine refugee is people who created Zionism. Zionism was not created by refugees. Zionism was not created by oppressed people. Political Zionism, as we know it, was created by Theodor Herzl, who was a upper middle class petite bourgeois guy. And the movement that he founded was full of rich people. Obviously, how do you think they got the money to do what they did? They founded a bunch of joint stock companies funded with a ton of donations by people interested in the project. The founder, the actual leader of the foundation of the state of Israel, the genocide, the Nakba, David Ben-Gurion, he famously acknowledged that he'd never really meaningfully experienced anti-Semitism before. For him, this was like an ethno-nationalist project, not some campaign to save the refugees or whatever. And now I'd like to address this next part of this argument where he's like, you have to accept it because this is what they want. He doesn't actually examine what they want. If it would be permissible in any other circumstance, he just says this is what they want, so you must accept it.
And you think that these people are ever going to be dislodged? There's two things that are never going to happen in that country, okay? One is they're not going to accept being a minority. Never. Not.
Okay, so one, Palestinians need to accommodate the fact that Israeli Jews will not accept being a minority. Why? Because they're Jewish. The appeal to Jewishness fallacy. They have a special magical essence that means that they should be able to aspire for ethnic supremacy, ethnic dominance, demographic dominance that no one else in any other circumstance it would be acceptable for them to aspire for. That's the entire argument. We can't say, well, what they want is unacceptable and we should fight against that. You can't say that, even though that would be correct in any other circumstance of any other group, because that would be anti-Semitic. They are special. They must have ethnic dominance always. They must have a demographic majority over the Palestinians who they dispossessed.
The way that Jews have been treated in the Middle East as minorities by every other Arab Muslim country. They're also never...
Factually incorrect. Jews in Muslim countries before the establishment of Israel, before Zionism fucked everything up, were treated the same as anyone else of any other Abrahamic religion. Obviously, they were treated the same as Christians, basically. There was not some sort of special anti-Semitism in the Muslim world like there was in the European world. In fact, against anti-Semitic campaigns in Europe, whenever Jews fled those, they went to the Muslim countries, obviously. Like, they were disadvantaged for not being Muslim, not for specifically being Jewish. There's a difference between those things. In Europe, Jews were specifically targeted for being Jews, not just for not being Christian. Distinctions made between them and others on the basis of them being Jewish specifically. So obviously it's not the same thing. One thing that these people like to do, Loner Box does it all the time, they want to reframe, they want to blame European anti-Semitism, which was unique to Europe up until the early 20th century, when in response to Zionism it was adopted by limited parts of the Arab world. They want to blame that on Arabs. They want to blame that on Muslims. Simply not true. There was religious discrimination in Muslim countries, but it was on the basis of not being Muslim, not specifically being Jewish. Anti-Semitism was a specifically European construct. A Jew in Europe could convert to Christianity and then would still be looked upon as a Jew by blood for the rest of their life. A Jew in a Muslim country could convert to Islam and then be treated the same as anyone else. And that is the difference. Anti-Semitism, specific anti-Semitism, not just religious discrimination, is the first one, not the second. Let's think about Israel, for example. Can a Palestinian convert to Judaism and become an Israeli? They can't. They're specifically excluded by law. Great example of how the exact same strategies that were employed against Jews in the past are employed by Israel against Palestinians today. Anyway, so what else does our friend here say? He continues his rant about like how you have to accept what Israelis want to do to Palestinians, like how they would never accept one state, they would never accept Palestinians being on equal footing to them. Why? They just wouldn't accept that, and they're Jewish. You can't say that's wrong. They're Jewish. What are you, anti-Semitic?
Going to leave because they have nowhere else to go. As long as
That's just simply not true. There are more Jews outside of Israel than there are in Israel. Tons of them have dual citizenship. They very obviously do have other places to go. Not that anyone is saying they would have to go, but something that you bring up. So obviously, if you're living in someone else's house, yeah, obviously that should be given back to them. Just like how, for example, the Arab countries in the 1970s offered people who were expelled from Arab countries in the decades prior the ability to return and have all that property returned to them. Something that Israel cannot say.
you ignore the real reality and the lived experience of Jews.
Just ignoring the lived experiences. It's just such a banal appeal to emotion. It's so basic, so stupid.
Created Zionism, as long as you keep treating a genuine movement of people who were refugees, who had nowhere else to go in the world.
How many people in Israel have ever been refugees today? What do you think? Like a couple 100,000 at most, maybe? But you lose any sort of claim to refugee status. If you might have once had a claim to it, you lose that the second that you move somewhere into someone else's house, the second that you move somewhere, not to live alongside people, not to take refuge among them, but to destroy them in their society and take it for yourself. That is the moment where you lose any...
Yeah, right. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
All right. I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Shoot. All right. Pretty good.
Pretty. Yeah. Cool.
Oh man, I would watch some Curb right now. No lie. How are you? What's going on? How are you? How's your day?
Today it's all right. Rained all day, as you probably noticed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my big accomplishment was going to the pet store. I took Daisy there.
Nice.
And got some food, got some treats, got some toys. Since we couldn't do a walk, I was like, well, I'll stimulate her with a little pet store visit. That went okay, except some guy had a gigantic, ugly, mean dog in the store. I'm like, why would you bring this monstrous barking dog in a pet store?
Yeah, that's
not cool, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you're making
so I
everyone...
had to kind of wait and kind of hide in the aisles. And
I mean, if you got a beast, it's kind of like, why take them out? Like, I mean, you want to walk them, take them outside and stuff like that. But like, why take him to stuff where he's going to encounter like smaller dogs or possibly other animals?
Yeah. Right, or people. I don't know, it just didn't seem like a friendly dog. It's like, come on, man.
Did you recognize what kind of breed it was?
No, I don't know. It was probably part Great Dane and something else. It had a mug on it, man. It was like not a... I'm mostly cool with dogs, but even ugly ones. Point idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Everyone loves their animals, but you gotta think, people usually aren't thinking about other people. Their pets, people are pretty self-centered. Why shouldn't I be able to bring my love of my life, big murderer, to the pet store?
Other than that, I went to our storage unit and drop some crap off there. Free up some space in my basement closet.
Right now.
How about you? Did you get out today?
Not much. Not much. I got some cleaning in, and I'm gonna do a little more early in the morning. I find that doing laundry very early is the best time to catch. So I'm gonna get up tomorrow early and do some laundry, some cleaning up. Just do some basic stuff. Go over to the Jewels, drop off some shopping bags, supplies that I need. And so hopefully I can get my place all spick and span for the afternoon. Or Call of Duty. I started watching the Steve Martin masterclass.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I made it to. I'm almost done with the second class. It's actually it's pretty good actually so far. Obviously I'm still pretty early into it. I really like the way it's set up. It's like the talks that he's giving at least is like he's very genuine. You know, like inspired. It's good. It's so far it's been really good. But I'm still pretty early into it. So I'm gonna once I finish that one I'm gonna move on to the Dead Mouse one. Just because I've been
Is Dead Mouse like an electronic?
Yeah, it's like
musician?
he's like an electronic music producer.
Okay.
I don't know if you ever he performs when he wears this giant like mouse head. It has like lights on it and shit. I don't know if you've ever seen this. If you ever Google Dead Mouse, but instead of using an S, put a 5. You'll see what I'm talking about. You just like Google, you'll see some images. Big, oh, this guy. Unless you've never seen him before, you're gonna be like, oh wow, that's weird.
Check it out.
But he's old school. Like I don't know if he's even putting new stuff out lately, but like at least like the 2000s, he was probably one of the biggest. And the whole electronic music scene, it's like its own thing, and it's like gargantuan in size. It's like you go to some of these like big like electric dance music like performances, and in like Europe, it's like more than like bigger than stadiums worth of people there.
Wow.
Like they're usually outside, and they're just like, God knows how many people are there. Looks like it's its own thing. But it is pretty easy just for it to be to go to a electronic music show. You don't need to really know anything. Like you're just there to dance. You know what I mean?
Heads out, frag. Enemy stand coming in. Hostile trap sighted.
I mess around with
it. The Archangel is so fun.
Oh, the Archangel is fun as shit.
Yeah. Anyway.
I mean, I've never been super into like electronic music. Like when I was younger, I was into like a genre called like trance, which is pretty basic electronic music with a particular aspects to it, but it's very. Someone probably wouldn't be able to like listen to like techno and trance and know the difference. You know what I mean? But it's kind of like in that area.
Yeah. I'm not real good at the divisions of all the electronic music.
Oh, because it's very. It's.
Oops.
I mean, basically, mostly what I know of it, it's mostly these differences between music genres is kind of like based on like the way they were made, like the technology at the time, like. And I'm not super like I'm not well versed in electronic music, but it's not like doesn't feel like it's super difficult to make. And like mess around with stuff, you know, and just 4 to the floor, you know, 1, 2, kind of stuff, you know. Put a bass line on there. You learn a couple things through production, like the idea of like layering frequencies, like don't have like 2 low things going on at the same time. You gotta have like a low area, then the mid area, then the high area. You know what I mean? That's kind of like the essential. It's like the basis of like mixing in general music production. It's like making sure everything's like kind of either in the high part, the low part, or the middle part. Oh yeah, yeah. And so nothing's kind of like nothing's playing over something else. If you've got 2 things going on the same frequency, it's going to create a mess. Like if you get 2 low,
yeah, I was gonna say it would sound like mud, probably, right?
Yeah, or if you have like 2, like if you have like a really low frequency bass playing like at the same time as like a really low bass drum, it's like it just doesn't work. It sounds like a mess. You know, so like if you are gonna have a bass with the bass drum, have the bass playing when the bass drum's not. You know, kind of, you know what I mean? Like these kind of general principles kind of come around. Like, so it's like, and you can just kind of mess around with it and you end up coming up with something danceable. But I just been messing around with all sorts of shit. I was going to get on my MIDI pedal and try to fix that issue I was telling you about earlier, but the other day, but I haven't gotten there yet. But I do, I'm sorry if I'm going off. I have it.
No, it's
I have an app on my iPhone. You know the company Korg? Have you ever heard Korg?
Yeah. Keyboards.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Keyboard synthesizers. Totally. They have an iPhone app called Gadget. It's kind of like all in one. Like it's got like these kind of different drum machines, synthesizers, different like bass line stuff, different, and you can just do it all on your phone. I bought this piece of equipment called the Korg Nano Key. They're like a pretty small thing. It's got like a little keyboard on it, and it's got like a little pads on it for the drums and some knobs, and a pad and like touchpad too, like an XY kind of. And it's really small, and like I kind of take it wherever, and it like links up very efficiently with that app. So like you can like kind of make music, still have like the tactile, you know, pads and keyboard and stuff, and it's actually really. I was basically messing with that all day.
Cool. I don't know if I told you. I think I did. I bought a drum set. Like it kind of slowly came together.
What kind of drum set?
A period of like a year. Bought a Tom.
Tom, okay, yeah, classic Tom.
Yeah. So, you know, I was like, the reason I did it was I wanted to be able to put down my own drum beats easily. That way I can like write bass lines with drum beats, and then I can bring that to my brother or whoever, and maybe make some songs, you know, because I was getting frustrated with trying to do electronic drum beat stuff, and anyway, that was the goal. So I put together this drum set. Rachel bought me, the first thing that happened was she bought me a kick pedal, and then it was like all over. Then I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna do the
kick.
You know, and I haven't played drums regularly in like 30 years. You know what I mean? So like,
you have the space for it?
Anyway, yeah, in the basement there's room. It's a little bit scrunched up near the bar, so if we want to use the bar, I have to move the kit out of there. But anyway, I kind of put it together, and then I didn't really. I was like, I kind of thought, oh, I should. Like the other thing is, you have some distance between, like you think like certain things are like riding a bike. It's like I could still technically play the drums, but man, I am not, you know, anywhere near where I used to be. And I was never great, but anyway. So I got a little bit disinterested in even touching them for a while, and I they just kind of sat there, and then I was feeling guilty about it. Cause I'm like, I fucking spent all this money and just sit there. But not too long ago,
The lead is ours.
I just came up with this idea of doing a parody of Teenage Lobotomy called Teenage Conspiracy about RFK. RFK's nonsense and shit. So I wrote some lyrics and I'm like, this is pretty good. I want to do this, kind of as a parody cover, So long story short, I'm trying to learn the drums to Teenage Lobotomy.
Oh, right.
I've been doing the bass on it. I might try to make a goofy video at some point with my iPhone. I don't know.
Hey, that's awesome. Yeah, Ramones is a good practicing drums and stuff. That's great.
Yeah. I'm almost there.
As far as like recording, are you want to record the drums? Like, do you have a plan for that?
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, so like that's another thing that kind of stopped me is that I spent so much money on the drums. I didn't have anything left over to buy mics or, what I mean. If you're gonna put that into, like I have a Focusrite Scarlett input, but yeah, I would have to mic it correctly, and I hear mic drums can be kind of challenging.
Well, depending on what you're playing,
I want to do it right if I'm going to do it.
Honestly, you can probably, if you have two decent mics, like Shure, like SM58, a couple of those, and hang one on your like right above you on the left and one on the right, that should probably do it. Well, depending on the music. So? I mean, unless like you're like making like metal music where it's like you want your banging bass drum and like drum something. If you're kind of doing like you said you were kind of doing Ramones, and like an open kind of an open sound might work for that. And it'll be that easy. I have a couple hanging, and maybe like throw one in the bass drum. And like if you're able, I mean, if you want to get really like, be able to tweak everything. I mean, if you had two overheads, one snare, one mic, one kick, you said you don't have to. I wouldn't suggest like miking up.
Don't overthink it. Don't overspend.
Yeah, I mean, how many inputs does your Scarlett have too?
Well, that's the other thing. Yeah, so that's annoying. I mean, it's got two. It's got two inputs, and that's it. So I'm like, fuck. And then I'm thinking, shit, am I gonna have to buy one with 4 inputs?
You know what I would do if I were you? I would try this first. Try it before you buy a new one. But if you got 2 mics, do you have mics you can throw in there?
I have one dynamic mic for vocals. I don't have any condenser mics. I forgot which one would be best for. Isn't the condenser mics better for like miking?
I mean, it's really like
it's
about taste, really, because they all. I mean, honestly, like my entire music experience, I use Shure microphones, SM58s for everything. Like I can literally. I mean, I don't want to have to like. Gotta get this bass drum mic, gotta get this mic. I put that on everything because it works. It's a great mic. But obviously, like, experiment, do whatever. It's because, like I said, what I've learned mostly from like getting a little more informed about music production and sound design and stuff like that is like 90% of it is like taste. Like, oh, I like how that sounds. You know what I mean? Like, so as far as like worrying about like doing it,
hardwired, it has to be this way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's this idea of like trying to do it right is kind of not the way you want to approach it. It's like, how's it sound? Is it loud enough? Like when you play it in your car, like how do you like how it sounds? And if you like how it sounds, you're on the way. You're doing good. You're not making any mistakes. You know?
Okay. Yeah, well, that's good to hear. Yeah, 'cause I tend to be, the older I get, the more of like, I get kind of stopped by my, perfectionism, but it's approaching that. It's kind of like, I want to do it just right, and I get kind of bogged down in the fucking stupid things that really aren't.
Hey, tell you what.
About being an artist.
Do you have, so you have this interface, you have a computer that you're using for recording?
Yeah, I used to do. It's been a while since I've done it, but we used to talk about it. I used GarageBand to make some I used to input riffs,
sure,
and just save them and play around with them, and I made some quote songs that were just mainly bass and drums. So yeah, I would use GarageBand to do my bass lines.
Oh, yeah, good stuff. GarageBand's great. Honestly, if you could do everything on GarageBand, if you can just do everything on GarageBand, just do that. Just play. Like, I honestly like this. My latest approach outside of like doing the stuff on like the Korg app I was telling you about, like when this kind of the more guitar orientated stuff that I'm working on, like what I've been kind of doing is the drummer, I don't know what to call it in GarageBand. Yeah, where you can basically have these different drummers. Yeah, then you can kind of like, put up like whatever like complexity versus how loud it is, and like there's different settings. Like I basically just been kind of like messing with that, and then when I come up with something cool, but that I enjoy, like I'll just put it right in my sampler. And then boom, I got my drum part, because I can take that drum part in my Octatrack, and if I wanted to do stuff to it, I can. Like I don't have to like re-record another beat or something. Like I can take what I just sampled and change it up and chop it up and do anything I want with it. So like I basically just need one good that I enjoy that I can mess with, and then like once I got that on the sampler, then like I got my guitar part. Then like I'll work on the guitar parts, kind of decide like if I got riffs or like how it's gonna play out. And honestly, the kind of genre I'm working on, like that I want to do is like this, like a post-metal, like a Neurosis, ISIS stuff. And the thing about that genre is it's very, very repetitive. Like you kind of you play the same. It's very drony. It's like you kind of play the same stuff over and over and over again. It's just kind of part of the genre. So approaching it with like I've got one drum beat, I've got one riff. That's enough to build on for like an entire song that like will probably last like 10. You know what I mean? So once I get like some guitar parts down along with the drums, and then I'm gonna bust up my synthesizers to do both bass stuff and then maybe crazy cool sounding shit over it. You know what I mean? Any kind of samples, and then like if I got samples like vocal samples or like crazy audio clips, of shit, like I can put those in, throw those in my samplers, and like trigger them when I want, or even mess with them, make them. I can take someone saying something that I turn it really low so their voices sounds all fucking spooky, and I just do whatever I want, and then once then that's basically a song right there. So. But I'm still in the part where I'm just trying to get all the equipment to work the way I want it to work. And I didn't work on it today because I was too busy playing with my iPhone. But great.
What was going on with your iPhone?
Great. I was working on with the Korg shit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'll be. You got time for more, right?
Yeah, I can go to like 8:15.
Right, cool. I'm gonna go use the bathroom super quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
domination. Go time. Capture the objective. Secure it, Charlie.
Okay, I'm in.
All right, the match has already started, FYI.
Ready to go. Yeah, the first person I played a band with, an old childhood friend. His name was Ramon, and he played drums, and I played at first guitar, then I moved over to bass. We basically kind of like learned how to play together, and like I've always been able to come up with my best stuff, or like at least just come up with riffs and whatnot, like while playing with the drummer. Like I'll work out, like I'll play off the beat and come up with something. You know what I mean? That was always like the most efficient way for me, to come up with. So going like so this process, I'm starting with the rhythm first, and then instead of like, because it doesn't work for me, like just sitting around playing a guitar and then coming up with the riffs. Very rarely do I come up with anything. Like I need to hear it, in the context of a rhythm section to like, to really like, to know what it's going to sound like.
Yeah.
It's not complete. That's how who?
The bands I was in did the same thing. Me and Pete were the core of the band. He was guitar, I was drums, and we were the ones who wrote the songs.
Yeah, totally.
And then the vocals and bass got added later. But I'm sure if Pete were still alive, he would say the same thing. That that was the most efficient way to write songs, was having the drums there to provide the beat.
For sure. I mean, that was at least at the very beginning for me. Like when I was like the primary songwriter, along with just the drummer. Like that'd be the way I do it. When I was doing the band with 5.0, doing professional, like we had a really good thing going there. Like it wasn't even like that. We could write songs like 6 of us sitting there together. Like, cause we had a keyboard player and two guitar players, I was playing bass and a singer, drummer. So yeah, we had 6 members, but like we would come up with songs like just all of us together, and it was like pretty nice.
Nuts.
Yeah, super nuts.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was great, but it was just other stupid stuff that had nothing to do with music. Destroyed it.
Target dropped.
So if I'm gonna first try to do recording of the drums using the 2 inputs I have, I already have a condenser mic. You said it's a matter of taste, but as far as positioning the mics, do you think I should go 2 overhead or 1 overhead, 1 in front of the
I would experiment.
I guess I could just do both. Yeah, experiment.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell you definitive what's going to sound the best. You should definitely experiment. But I would definitely try like one combination 2 overheads and another combination 1 overhead and 1 in the bass drum, and see if either one of those works. If they're not working for you, you don't like them, then you might consider other options. I have a very large audio interface. It's got 16 inputs.
Grenade coming in.
I would let you use it. Yeah, I would let you use it if you want. It's a Tascam. It's actually really nice. But if you want to like mic everything, you could do that with this interface. Like I said, 16 freaking mics. But you would have to get. I've got some mics you can borrow, but it wouldn't be. I don't know. I mean, actually, I've got a couple mics I can probably like let you borrow along with the interface. Like if you had like 4 or 5 mics, or like you would probably need, if you wanted like a fully mic'd drum set, it's gonna be bass drum, snare, 3 toms, unless like you have more than that, 2 overheads. So that's 7 mics. You want like a full mic'd up drum set. But I think ideally, 2 overheads to catch catch the cymbals and the toms together. If you're able to make it sound well, that one on the snare and one on the bass drum is like, in my opinion, like ideal. Unless you're making like, if you're making punk, rock and roll, I think that's the ideal setup. But so like 4, you know, but 2 overheads. It really, but yeah, like it depends on taste. It depends on the kind of music you're making. Yeah, all sorts of. So just experimenting is your best bet for sure. Just try out some stuff. I would definitely work with what you got first and see if you can get something where it's like if you record something, you're kind of like, actually that sounds pretty good. Go with that.
Then you're done. Yeah, especially for what I'm starting to do. I mean, down the road, if I keep on doing this, then I'm gonna want a clear interface for sure, and get more mics and all that stuff. But yeah,
just
I'll
know,
try to, I'll let you know.
honestly, just know that like you can get like you can go down like a quicksand rabbit hole of trying to know. So just know that. Just the only advice I can give to on that is like try to work with what you got. You know, if there's something that you really need, you know, you'll probably end up getting it, and you're gonna and through experimenting, at least in my experience, you're gonna end up with stuff that like you don't need. You got something you thought you needed, but then like, oh, actually I don't need this. Just be mindful. That's all I can say.
For sure. Thanks.
And if you can like learn from others, do it. You know, and if you can spare yourself the learning experience of buying something, but if you talked it out with someone, you can avoid it. You know, so yeah, just keep your communications open. You can talk to me whenever you want about it.
Appreciate that.
Of course.
Enemy planting mine.
Yeah, one of the other reasons I ended up buying the drum set was a friend of Rachel's, a friend of mine too, but he garbage picked. He lives in Naperville, and he plays guitar and messes around with that and stuff. He's got his own little group that he plays with, but he garbage picked a drum set that somebody, like a neighbor, was throwing out, and he was like, I can't just let them throw this out. So he was trying to ask me if I wanted it, and it sounded really junky though, and I'm just like, man, if I'm gonna like start playing the drums again, I can't just.
How much was it selling for?
Shitty drum set. He was just gonna give it to me.
Oh,
garbage pick.
Dude, if it's free, is the best price.
It was.
If you could have got a drum set for free, like what if it did sound good? You know? And you got yourself a free drum set.
Maybe I should have done that.
I would have. If someone was like, "Hey, do you want?"
I was too proud, man.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But like my biggest issue right now is just like practicality, space. Like I basically, like for the last decade, I've been trying to figure out a way to make music as quietly as possible. Like headphones, you know, all that shit. Like just trying to make music that sounds loud, but creating it quietly. And it's been tough, but I'm whatever. I don't even know where I'm at right now with it. I'm gonna try come up with some stuff. If I'm just not feeling it, if nothing's working out for me, honestly, at this point I'm probably just gonna sell my gear. Just play Call of Duty until I die.
Well, I mean, if nothing else, I think, you know, it's a good creative outlet. Like, when I'm just stuck with writing or whatever, it's nice to just fucking do something else, you know? I like that. I like just messing around. But, yeah, I also feel kind of frustrated by it, too. Like, I'm like, you know, I don't play enough. I'm not making music like I want to be doing. And other things are just getting in the way, or I'm letting them get in the way.
It's easy to do.
Here's another audio question for you. This is kind of weird. I'll explain why I do this. You're probably going to say, why would you want to do this?
No, I'm here.
Okay. So, like, especially when it comes to practicing the drums, I want to be mindful of my ears because my ears are not good. That was another factor in this too. So like, and if I'm playing along to a song, I was like, well, I have a pair of wireless headphones where I could use my iPhone, and you're number 2.
Let's go. Oh, look at synchronization with Greaves.
Yeah.
Anyways, no. So wait. So you have something on your iPhone? You said you were working with?
Well, yeah. Just to start to describe what I'm doing now. I have wireless headphones, and I can play the song, with my Apple Music to the wireless headphones. So, and that's great. So when I'm like on the drum set, I can hear the song really good. I can also hear my drumming because the drums are acoustic and very loud and right in front of me. But they're not so loud they're damaging my ears. So I kind of like doing that. So that's fine if no one else is in the house. But if like Rachel's got to listen to me playing a song that she can't hear, it's got to sound pretty shitty, you know what I mean? So I would like to also have the music playing like through a speaker or speakers at the same time, the same feed that's coming to my headphones, but I wouldn't have to have it at like volume, 70 decibels. I could have it at, 40 or something. So at least, I don't know, I would just feel better having like the music playing like live around me as well as in my ears.
You want both.
But I want both. And I couldn't figure out, like with Bluetooth, I was looking this
you're
to because they're saying you can stream to 2 speakers with Bluetooth, but of course I have an iPhone. I don't think you do, so you may not.
I have an iPhone.
Or the way that you would do it would be different than. Oh, you do?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. So I haven't spent a ton of time on this trying to figure this out, but the hour. So I was looking at it collectively.
Wait, so do you have a Bluetooth? Do you have a Bluetooth speaker that you can hook up to your iPhone? You're trying to basically just hook up 2 things to your iPhone.
Yeah. Right, 2 Bluetooth devices.
It's doable.
At the same time.
You should be able to do it. I do it. I was doing it when I was doing when I was working with the Org Gadget app. I've got 2 Bluetooth things hooked up to it. I got my headphones, which is Bluetooth, and I've got the keyboard MIDI controller, which is also connected through. It's really super nice. So you could definitely hook up 2 Bluetooth devices to your headphones at once, and you should be able to do speakers/headphones. But it's just like, you feel like you're not. It's just not loud enough with headphones alone, because headphones should do the trick. Like headphones plus speakers is kind of like it shouldn't be necessary. Like, well, what's happening?
No, yeah. No, all I'm doing it is basically to make it less annoying for Rachel to hear me practice.
So wait, so you want it?
If I could have like.
So you want a switch?
I want it in the. No, I mean I want it to be in my headphones, and I can hear it just fine, as you said. But I also want it to be going through like the Bluetooth speaker as well.
Why?
Just for the sake, because it's less annoying for her.
Wait.
Like,
why isn't
if I go downstairs and I have,
But why is it coming out of a speaker less annoying? Why isn't just it going into your headphones enough?
Because all she can hear is me playing drums poorly to a song she can't hear.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
So you want her to hear the music?
She just hears drums. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
This isn't like.
That is a very specific. I'm sure you can hook up both.
Yeah.
I would just like look on in your Bluetooth settings. Make sure both of your devices are set to be paired. And you should be able to pair 2 speakers and headphones too.
I mean, what happens is if I hook up one, or turn one on, I should say. Like, let's say I have the headphones on and then I turn on the Bluetooth speaker. It automatically thinks, oh, he wants to play the Bluetooth speaker, not the headphones. So it switches.
Sure.
And all it is.
Well, but what I would do, while after it switches or whatever, whenever it's connected to one of them, Doesn't matter which one.
Yeah.
I would go into your settings and then look at the different devices and just see if you can try to connect it to both at that. If is that kind of what you're doing where like when you do switch to a different device, it'll automatically kind of like take that one out and switch them out.
It does that. As
I
soon
mean,
as I turn it
that
down,
might.
Yep. That's why I'm like, and I've looked at the settings.
Is there?
I can't see anything. It's like connect to speakers.
I mean, that's a
at
tough
the same
call.
time.
Honestly, it's not. I mean, if I've never tried, because the difference between what you're doing and what I'm doing is that I'm connecting a keyboard and an audio and headphones, and only one of those is an audio device. The keyboard is not an audio device, and it can still connect via Bluetooth at the same time. I'm not sure if you can connect two audio devices, you know, speakers and headphones.
Well, according to what I saw online, people were like, you could, like, let's say you were at a party and like I brought my Bluetooth speaker and you brought yours, and hey, wouldn't it be cool if we could have both of those speakers play the same song at the same time? So people are online saying, you know, you can do this, and that's essentially the same thing as what I want to do, except I'm just going to have one of those things be headphones, not a speaker.
Does your speaker have a headphone jack? It's like a Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah, it is. But if I put that if I plug it in, then it just goes right to the headphone.
It doesn't play it out. Right. Okay. Well,
that's pretty much what you.
That's a very it's a unique situation because it's not something normally people have to deal with. Like most of the time, people aren't trying to figure out a way to get. I mean, unless you just wanted to. I mean, unless you switched them out, are you not able to hear it well if it's just on speakers? Like, which way do you prefer it?
Well, the thing is, I could crank my speakers in the basement and I could get them sufficiently loud enough, but what I like about having the headphones on is that it protects my hearing from not only the speakers being cranked, but me playing the drums with no hearing protection.
You're asking a lot.
Yeah, I know.
You're asking a lot.
Weird.
I mean, that's a lot of stuff to try to like workarounds. I mean, honestly, like if I were you, if you had to, and like if Rachel was fine with loud volumes, play it like that and stick in some earplugs. That's the only thing I can. That's the only thing I can think of. I guess for like if and like that's like I mean, you're dancing around a lot of shit, and if you're just trying to make some music, like there's I mean just turn up the volume, put in some earplugs. That's all I can tell you. You know, if you're worried about your ears, then put in the earplugs.
Yeah.
So then like just bump it, to a place where you can feel it and you're jamming it. And if you want to protect your ears, like and you don't have to shove the earplugs deep into your ears. You can have them. That's the thing about earplugs. It's pretty uncomfortable if you just shove them in and like then you can't hear anything. There's different levels of having earplugs in your ears. You can just kind of get them in there as long as they don't fall out, and it'll still protect your hearing in a decent way, but won't completely kill it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but this idea of like you want to go through the headphones and you want to go through the speakers, but you don't want the sound from the speakers hurting your ears. No, that's not. This is not something musicians should deal with, man. Like, your option, like what you should be doing, you should play it loud and put in earplugs. That's the way everyone does it.
Oh fuck. My only counter argument to that is what I'm actually trying to do is supposedly doable and because like I said, like the example where if I was at a party, I brought my Bluetooth speaker, you brought your Bluetooth speaker, you're gonna play the music and it's gonna go to both speakers at the same time. That's exactly what I want to do, except instead of one speaker, it'll be headphones. You know what I mean? It'll be technically playing two Bluetooth devices at the same time, and they say it's possible, but I was like, whatever they were saying, go to this setting, I don't have that. I'm like, why not?
Question.
Why don't I see that?
What?
So anyway,
why?
Yeah.
Like I said, I've been like for like the last decade trying to figure out how to create music, but silently. Right? Like I'm in a small apartment. I don't want to bother my neighbors. You know what I mean? Or I'm like, yeah, I'm just in a situation where I don't want to make a bunch of noise, and at the same time, yeah, I want to protect my ears and all that stuff too. You know. So question: why not go with electronic drums where Rachel doesn't have to hear anything?
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I think about that too. It's too late now.
Not really. I've got a set. I mean, it's not really like a drum set.
Off the acoustic.
I've got this thing. It's Yamaha put it out. It's all one big piece, and it's kind of got these big pads that kind of like little like on this. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's basically electronic drums, in one solid piece, and it's also got like a little pedal for like a bass drum and another pedal for like opening up a hi-hat. It's all electronic. You got all sorts of different sounds on there, all sorts of different drums. You can plug it in your headphones, and all she's going to hear is thunk, thunk, thunk of your sticks hitting the pads.
Yeah.
So if audio is your issue, if you want her just to be able to hear it with your drums, your only option: blast your tunes, put in headphones. I mean, sorry, blast and put in earplugs. I mean, there's every other. Honestly, it's like if you're trying to play music and like you're trying to figure out this workaround, what you're trying to do is like it's pretty silly. It's like no one should have to go through it.
No, I know, and she's not actually complaining about it, but I just feel like it would be because if I had to listen to somebody practicing drums and they're playing to a song that I can't hear, especially if they're rusty like I am, it would be kind of aggravating.
I mean, how about what about
have the song in the background?
I mean, if noise for Rachel, if you're not, I mean, why not just get some drum monitors? You know, like those those speakers that kind of an angle the drummers use.
Okay.
I mean, you have to get a whole amplification. You have to get a whole amplification system. But
I'm not gonna do that. No. Yeah, I think what's gonna happen is I'm gonna mic these drums in a simple way, see how that sounds. If it works out, then I'll keep the acoustic set. But if I'm not happy with it, I might fucking just sell the acoustic set and then do kind of what you said, buy an electronic set.
I mean, it's whatever. You also got to plan what feels best to you. That's just a suggestion. I'll send you like a video or something of thing that I got. You might look at that and be like, "There's no way I can put drums on that thing."
Well, my friend Blair, who, you know, when we go to jam in Elmhurst, he has an electronic set, so I do know what that sounds and feels like. I've played it before, and I'm not crazy about it. I'm not crazy, especially the hi-hat. It's like this rubber.
Yeah, sure.
It doesn't open. I fucking hate how it doesn't open. It drives me nuts. It's like you can't do a
there might be an option.
You know what I mean?
Though.
You can't do a.
There's got to be a good electronic.
There might,
hi-hat option.
Well, there is. He just doesn't. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That is true. So yeah, you could probably go high end and get the feel a lot better than what he's got going.
I'm just like working within your parameters and your. These are all things you consider. But just to be totally honest, like this, you want. Come on with speakers and through a headphone, but you're trying to protect your hearing. I wouldn't suggest putting on headphones and speakers at the same time as a way to protect hearing. That would probably hurt it more than anything.
Enemy off the board.
Yeah, I did what you said actually tonight. I just we have a stereo system that's pretty good in the basement, and I just cranked that up really loud and had earplugs in.
I mean, if you can still hear it, if you can hear that music, I mean, I wouldn't expect to be able to hear. I mean, playing drums are loud.
You really have to crank the music loud in order to fucking.
Because drums are like as far
hear the music.
They're like one of the only instruments you can maybe sometimes get away with not amplifying because they're that loud. You know, like if you could play like a show where it's just like music's coming out of your amps and the drums. That's the only reason why you can get rid of that. I mean, get away with that. Because yeah, drums are loud. They'll cut through a mix. And like trying to hear, and like drummers trying to hear what's going on is a constant battle. And all the bands I've been with, biggest complaint most drummers has is like, I can't hear any of you. Like it's like seriously, like no bullshit. That's a drummer thing. Like, so it's like trying to get the drummer to hear shit is like it's its own process that has not been perfected. So like, if you're not worried about your ears, just crank the music. Don't put. I mean, honestly, the idea of the headphones and the speakers at the same time, I wouldn't recommend. Like one at a time is like what I mean. If you're making music, but if the headphones are for one purpose and then the speakers are for another, it's that's a bit much. And trying to connect two audio devices to the iPhone, that might be, I don't know. I'm just being honest.
Well, thanks. I was just throwing it out there in case you.
I mean, there's gotta be ways to do it. Like, you can like get like buy a mixer, and then like, you know, run your phone into that, and then run the mixer out into speakers, and then have that. But also have like a headphone set. Like a mixer would work for that. But that's gonna be some setup.
It's just silly. Yeah, that's too much expense for what
I mean, unless you might be able to do with your audio interface. You've got a way to send audio to your speakers through your interface, and then also have headphones. Because an audio interface, you should be able to have an audio out and on that. So honestly, that might be your best option. But you might, you know, honestly, like, okay, this is what you should. All right, I got your solution. I got it. So your audio interface is going to have a headphone output and left to right, probably 1/4 inch, like guitar jack out. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So what you're going to do? Sorry.
Guitar jack out? You mean guitar jack in?
Well, you're going to have a left to right out that are like 1/4 inch guitar jacks. And you're going to have your ins. I'm not talking about the ins though. I'm talking about your outs.
Okay.
Like you got a headphone jack in your audio interface, right? Where you can just plug it straight into it and you can listen.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
And then do you have something on the? You're going to look on the back of your audio interface and look at outs.
Yeah.
And like you're gonna have, there should be a left and a right out, stereo out. Two different. It is the headphones is the combined left right out, and you can like use that output for recording, by getting a cable that's got a
Flash banging.
That's got like a stereo in, but then like. On the other end of the cord is like two
enemy grenade.
Outs, a left and a right. Am I making any sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Because you know what? Yeah. You know, now that you mention it, I can like I have my Focusrite connected to my laptop in my office, and I play music through it. If I have speakers in my office, and I also use the headphones from time to time as well. And I have noticed, you know, using that device, the audio interface, that I can have music playing through the speakers and my headphones at the same time. So I guess essentially I have that.
That's your best option.
It's like I have that up here. I have that up here.
Can you move? Can you move your, or at least have cords long enough? Do something like that, or do you have an alternate computer that you might be able to run your interface on, a laptop or something?
I have an older Mac. I'm not sure if it's a thought. Yeah, it's a thought. I mean, but yeah, you're right. It is absolutely good to do that. I know I've had the headphones on. I'm like, oh shit, I've got the music.
Honestly,
on as well coming
try
through the
you might just need the laptop to kind of act as like a conduit between the interface and the speakers. You can put the interface in and then just run the audio out of the computer into other speakers, and then have your headphones connected to the interface.
Got one.
So you can hear it yourself through that. I mean, that's the way to do it. The interface is probably the key as far as, I mean, unless like you can find an option, which I can't really like, you know, think of right now, to connect two audio devices to your iPhone, which seems to be the issue, because that's like normally not something that people need. You know, most people don't need to connect their like either they listen to the So but there's definitely a way to do it.
Well, thanks for.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, sorry if I was talking your ear off about it.
No, it's fine.
But if
helpful.
No, for sure. But yeah, if there's anything you can do with the interface to make that happen, because yeah, it's definitely interfaces always have audio outs and a headphone out, so you should be able to utilize both on your interface.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing it up. I mean, it's like I knew that it could do that, but then I just conveniently forgot that it could do that. So yeah, I'll have to play around with it and see if maybe that's my.
I mean, your only other options is like a mixer, but like the interface is basically like plug-in points of a mixer, and when you're using a computer, the actual mixer that you're using is not like a digital, mixer on the computer. You're just running two sounds in. I mean, but like if you had a proper mixer, we can plug in multiple sources. Like an 8-track mixer where you can put like a guitar in there, this mic, and then you can like balance it out, send that out to speakers, and then also have a headphone running out of that.
I lose you.
So that would be another way to do it. So you either need to get a pretty nice mixer, or you need to figure something out with your audio interface. All right, yeah, I still got you.
I was gonna run anyway. I don't know if you can hear me, but
Yep. Shit.
Can you hear me? I will talk to you.
Okay, I think
tomorrow. Have a good night.
Oh wait, can you hear me? Hello, check.
You gotcha.
Gotcha. All right. Yes. Sorry. What the hell happened there? That was weird.
I have no idea.
I think it was my headphones. What are you saying? I'm sorry.
Funky. No, I was just gonna say I was gonna run tonight, but I wanted to thank you for.
No, for sure, and like
thoughts you put into this.
No, I like talking about it, so you can ask me about it anytime.
Groovy. All right, man. Well, I'm gonna go, but tomorrow, if you're up for it.
I am so up for it.
If I can squeeze in some
DMZ.
If I can get my daily challenges in before 7:30, we're gonna totally do DMZ.
I totally forgot that we were talking about doing DMZ. That's a great idea.
Yeah, but I didn't do my daily challenges, and I just don't feel right if I don't do my daily.
No, you got to do it. Please,
So,
my goodness.
I just gotta.
I mean, in this time off, I didn't play a whole lot today, I jumped in for the first time into Call of Duty, like around 5:30, which is the time I would normally do it after work. Of course, the couple days before that, like I'll be playing all day. So like I'll be ready. DMZ anytime you want. I got plenty of time to do my challenge. Sure.
All right, cool. Well, I don't think I have anything. I have no errands I have to run tomorrow, so I'll do my daily challenges in the morning or afternoon, and then hopefully we'll do some DMZ.
Sounds good.
All right,
awesome,
man.
cool.
Have a good night.
You too. Talk to you later.
Good night. Talk to you later.
Any claim to being a refugee. Simple. The Puritans who laid the groundwork for what would later become the USA, the Native American genocide, they were refugees from religious persecution in Britain. You know when they stopped being refugees? The second they started attacking Native Americans, the second they started taking their land, the second that they did anything aside from seek refuge among them is when they stop being refugees. If you look at any sort of international definition of refugee today, is a refugee someone who invades someone else's country and takes their land? I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure it's not included.
World, going to a place and deciding this is our home.
Oh, so wait.
This is not our home. We die.
Wait, they went there and they decided that it was theirs. They went there and they decided that it was theirs. He's literally arguing that they went there, they said it's theirs. It's theirs. You're anti-Semitic if you think otherwise. They went there, they expelled the Palestinians, they genocided them, they ethnically cleansed them, they massacred them, they confined them to concentration camps, they continue to settle their lands to this very day. They decided this land was theirs and they don't want to leave. They don't want to give anything up to their victims. So, and you need to respect that. Why? Because they're Jewish. The entire argument just goes back to this sort of mystical Jewish essence. It's literally just the appeal to Jewishness fallacy. The end of every single argument, when you get to the crux of it, is Jewish. They are Jewish. They are Jewish. They're Jewish. And imagine adding music and like epic B-roll to this. Do you guys have a functioning brain cell? Are your neurons firing at all to digest what's actually being said, the substance of it? Because there's none of it. It's dumb slop said confidently. And when you get to the crux of it, it's literally nothing more than they are Jewish, ergo they should be allowed to do whatever they want. And if you say otherwise, you are anti-Semitic. Let's continue this dumpster fire.
And you don't acknowledge that because you just think it's, oh, white Europeans coming with the British and the American. Then yes, you're anti-Semitic.
And this is an argument they also make where it's like, if you're not white, it's allowed to do colonialism and massacre. Like, it doesn't matter if everyone in Israel is mega omega brown or white. It doesn't matter. What does that have to do with anything? Do you think if you're brown, you can do colonialism? Obviously, you don't think that, given that Loner Box denounces Palestinians for doing, like, not even remotely colonialism. Like, any Palestinian who does literally anything, he denounces, and most of them are brown.
Because your entire analysis of Israel is completely ignorant of the real experience of Jews that resulted in them going to Palestine.
The real experience, the lived experience. It's nothing. There's no substance there. It's complete slop. You might as well just say the word Jew, Jew, Jew over and over. Jewish, Jewish, Jew, 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 Jewish, Jewish. That's the entire argument. It's an appeal to like a socially constructed ethnic group as if there's like an innate magical essence that makes them perennially oppressed no matter what they are, no matter who they are, no matter where they are, no matter what year we're in. A fact that you can debunk by simply looking at reality of today, where that's not the case. And even if it were the case, it would not justify colonialism. It would not justify genocide and ethnic cleansing. If you flee the Holocaust straight into a Palestinian house and then you shoot at them when they try to return, that is the point where you stop being a refugee. Simple. A refugee lives alongside you. He does not kick you out. Another great example of this idiotic like refugee or fleeing persecution argument. Tens of thousands of Irish were forcibly deported from Ireland as indentured servants to the Caribbean and what would later become the USA by Britain. Forcibly deported in 5 to 10 year forced indenture contracts. Many of them, once their contract was up, they decided to stay, buy land or massacre Native Americans for their land, buy slaves to work the land for them. Let us try to apply Loner Box's logic to this situation. Are you saying that those Irish were simple slave owners and colonizers just because they massacred some Native Americans and bought a couple dozen black people to be slaves? Are you denying the lived experience of the poor Irish? Don't you know they literally fled? That not only did they flee persecution from Britain by the British colonizers who were genociding them, many of them were forcibly deported against their will and forced to work for British people against their will for 10 years. And then after that, they buy some slaves and they take some land from some Native Americans. And you think that you can just call them so simply slavers and colonizers? Why are you denying their lived experiences? Why are you doing anti-Irishism? It's the exact same argument. Would anyone ever say it doesn't matter, they're Irish to that argument? No. So you can't just say it doesn't matter, they're Jewish, to the same argument made for Jews. And that's the crux of it. These sorts of arguments, they only work if you believe in some sort of innate Jewish magical essence that makes Jews oppressed irrespective of time, place, history, irrespective of reality. That gives them some sort of innate right to do things that would otherwise be impermissible. When you dissect these arguments, when you refute them on the basis of the facts, when you think about the logic behind them, that's what it always comes down to. Just how dare you, you anti-Semite? How dare you say that Jews should not be allowed to do settler colonialism, that Jews should not be allowed to have an ethno-state on the land of those people, at those people's expense? How dare you? Why? Magical Jewishness. It's that simple. That is the quintessential example of Jewish exceptionalism and the appeal to Jewishness fallacy all in one. Like, I don't know if I should need to explain this, but I will tack this on to the end of that clip. Okay? There's nothing special about Jews. Jewishness is just another socially constructed division among human beings. And no group of people should have some sort of special immaterial right to do things that would otherwise be completely impermissible for everyone else. Like settler colonialism. You know, there's a certain time where you look at something, you can say, okay, based on the material circumstances, that was justified. Like, you know, look at the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, for example. Why was that justified? Is it because the people who rose up were Jews? No, it's because they were locked into a concentration camp, sentenced to die. That is the thing that made what they did justified and good. Not the fact they were just Jews. But for someone like Lonerbox, it's the first thing that makes it justified, not the latter. And that is really the crux of the issue. It's an appeal to like an arbitrary made-up division among human beings rather than the real present circumstances of those human beings. And it's bullshit. It's dumb garbage, basically. Just ignore it. It's a joke. So Ethan Klein has responded to my video titled Hila Klein is a Terrorist. Now, he doesn't actually directly respond because he's very much a coward, but it's very clear that he's talking about my video. And the fact that he hides what I actually say in my video from his audience means that he can make arguments that I refuted in the video itself to them as if they haven't already been refuted before he even made them. Now, in my video, I was merely applying Ethan Klein's own standards to his own wife, Hila. But it seems he has changed his standards around a bit now, the same standards that he's previously been using to accuse others of being terrorists. Interesting, right? So let's watch parts of this response and check out his amazing talking points and see if we can refute them. So let's start out with Hila Klein's opening statement on this subject in this clip.
In fact, the lack of nuance, like calling me now a terrorist, like, are we really not going to differentiate it anymore? What's a terrorist and what's not? Because if we can't have like words that we can all agree on, how are we ever going to talk about anything?
So I think that's a really good point from Hila Klein there. I do agree. We need to have like words where we all sort of agree on the definitions that we can at least use them in a useful way. Let's look at how Hila Klein uses the word terrorist to see what her actual standard was before it started actually being applied to her. This is Hila Klein talking about when she went on a military raid of a city in the illegally occupied Palestinian West Bank.
To explain, but for some reason it was more interesting. I enjoyed it more.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah, my officers and like the
So you can see there, Klein called the entire Palestinian city of Ramallah a terrorist city. Everyone in there was a terrorist for him. Hila didn't disagree with that. She said, yeah. She also said that this raid, which for context is part of a system of terrorism carried out by the IDF against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, where the IDF basically just randomly sends troops into cities in which they are not supposed to be at all, obviously because they're illegal occupiers, and like, you know, raids a random house, takes a random kid, arrests him to scare him a little bit. And for her, the people who she was illegally occupying and did this to were also just terrorists, unambiguously. She calls them terrorists.
That brigade, they would go every night on a raid in Ramallah to arrest terrorists.
To arrest terrorists. I do agree, Ethan and Hila, we should have better definitions for stuff that we all agree on, but it seems like you're backtracking from your earlier definition now that you're being accused of the same thing that you were basically accusing Palestinians of and Yemenis of. And this is a quote from a recent Ethan Klein video where he said that Hassan Piker platformed Houthi terrorist. He is referring to a 19-year-old named Rashid. I don't know what his last name is, but he is a Yemeni Arab man. And Ethan considers him to be a terrorist, even though this man has clarified that he is not even a member of the Houthi organization that Ethan has accused him of being, that he is not a combatant in any way, that he has never done anything that even these people with their incredibly broad, all-encompassing definition of terrorism to mean anyone they don't like is actually encompassed by. But they were happy to call him a terrorist. Why? I think we can guess why. He's Arab. It's really that simple, isn't it? He's Arab. For them, Hila Klein, who admits to going on raids in the occupied West Bank, terrorist raids, who admits to carrying out logistical and organizational activities for the IDF, which is by any reasonable measure a terrorist organization, she's somehow not a terrorist, so we need to dial back the definition and have nuance. But when he is branding his opponents as terrorists and terrorist sympathizers, when he is branding one of the most important cities in all of Palestinian culture as a terrorist city, we don't need that nuance. They're just all terrorists. Anyway, let's continue watching the clip. Let's see what incredible arguments these geniuses have.
Listen, they can call Israeli soldiers terrorists, but like you weren't a soldier. That it's not. We don't even go that far.
I mean, I think even calling soldiers terrorists is not accurate.
Isn't it, Hila Klein? Isn't that just a convenient definition where, apparently any soldier for, any state cannot be a terrorist? Okay, Hila, so let's put this to the test then. What about Palestinian resistance soldiers? Are they terrorists by your definition? Given that you called a random guy, a random kid being arrested by IDF's troops in the occupied West Bank a terrorist, I would bet they are. What about, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps? Those ones are even actual members of a state military, right? They're soldiers, as you put it. Are they terrorists for you? I bet you would call them terrorists in a second. Suddenly, the goalposts are moved now that the label is being applied to you. But that's Hila Klein's opinion on it. It's not Ethan's. Ethan's opinion was that you have to be a combatant to be a terrorist. Do you believe that, Ethan? I don't think you do at all. For that matter, I don't believe that. I don't think anyone believes that. I don't think that anyone would say that, for example, what Hila's first role in the IDF was, which she said, I'll play the clip just to make sure you know that I'm not lying, just to make sure, because these people love to accuse you of lying, even when you're obviously not. But Hila Klein said that she booked hotels for Israeli officers during Operation Cast Lead. It sounded like Operation Cast Lead, which was an Israeli operation of doing what they call mowing the lawn, which is strategically terrorizing the people of Gaza periodically. So, to sort of keep them downtrodden, keep them from getting too uppity for what the Israelis consider to be acceptable. A precursor to today's Gaza genocide. And she said that her role in the military was to book hotels for Israeli officers who are participating in combat activities or leading combat activities in that operation.
Logistically help with their hotel or a room, things like that, but it was all on the computer. It just
So my question here is, would Hila and Ethan Klein consider, say, a member of Hamas who booked hotels for Hamas military operatives, which they then carried out attacks from, would they consider that person to be a terrorist? They would, obviously. Apply that to literally any other group who they consider terrorists, they would. So I don't think they believe that at all. It's not a sincere belief. They are just randomly deciding on a narrower definition to magically absolve Hila Klein of the terrorist label, which applies way more to her than it does to really any of the people who they are applying it to. And I'd just like to say too, just to be clear, the notion that if you are a soldier or an official actor of a recognized state or whatever, you cannot be a terrorist is ludicrous on the face of it. It's just an extremely arbitrary way to get out of having a very emotive label applied in a way that legitimizes the activities of states, no matter how abhorrent they may be, and no matter how clearly they may meet the actual definition of terrorism, which under no reasonable definition says anything about whether someone is a state actor or not. For example, we went over the definition of terrorism in United States law: violent acts or acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the United States or any state that would be a criminal violation if committed within the jurisdiction of the United States or of any state. that appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping. There's nothing in there about if you're a state actor, you cannot be charged with this, and I don't think there's really any definition of terrorism except ones that people are just sort of arbitrarily making up to try to legitimize the actions of states, or in this case, as just something they came up with in the moment to magically absolve Gila Klein and anyone else who carries out acts of terrorism in the IDF just because it was convenient for them in the moment. But hey, well, let's see what else they have to say.
But especially me, that was just secretary.
But especially
I can see why.
She was just the secretary. So I don't want to play this clip again. I've already played it. But I will give you the gist of it. You can go and check it out yourself if you want, if you haven't seen it yet. I've already gone over it in my last video, that's why I'm not playing it, just to be clear. But Gila Klein said that she was initially booking hotels for IDF members or officers as they were participating in an attack on Gaza, but she found that boring, so she asked to be transferred. And she was transferred to the occupied West Bank, and she liked that job more. And in the occupied West Bank, she says that she was a secretary. What does that mean? A secretary, even if that were true. Secretaries at Nazi concentration camps have been tried and found guilty in Germany. The role of a secretary in a military is going to be organizational, logistical, stuff like that. So she was clearly carrying out activities that are crucial to the actual attacks themselves. They could not happen without people like her, as well as being directly related to them. Again, let's test this. Would Gila Klein consider someone who was technically a secretary working directly under, say, like a Hamas military officer to not be a terrorist? I think you already know that she would consider them a terrorist, right? It's obvious. Like the test of consistency, the test of if they really believe this or not takes 2 seconds. And I want to reiterate here again that really anyone who's objectively trying to understand the word terrorism, how most people understand the word, and how it's actually codified into law, all of those would easily encompass as a terrorist someone who's, carrying out organizational and logistical activities for the terrorist attacks, which is what she was doing.
I was just a secretary.
I can see that's at least a defensible position to be like the IDF soldiers. We see them as terrorists. Like that's defensible at least.
It's not we see them as terrorists by any objective measure of terrorists, and especially the way that you've been using the term. They are absolutely terrorists, especially with the role that Gila Klein was playing in the West Bank. That is explicitly terrorism. Like she was there as part of an illegal occupation with a unit that she herself admitted just does terror raids for the purpose of terrorizing the local population, and she chose to go on one of these raids. There's no question about it. She's a terrorist in general, not just by like a biologic thing. Some people misunderstood my original video. Gila Klein is not just a terrorist by Ethan's logic. She's a terrorist by any reasonable definition of the term if it was applied equally to non-Arab people, non-white people, Israelis.
You know what I mean? But like you weren't a fucking soldier.
Again, I already dealt with this talking point. They just seem like they're going to be repeating the same. Honestly, this is like dumb guy YouTube. It's just, I'm going to say the first thing that comes to mind because there's no way that she could ever be a terrorist, right? It's simply not possible. So I'm just going to, my opinion is preconceived. I'm going to defend him no matter what with just the first stuff that comes to mind on repeat.
You were.
I mean, I wasn't like a combat.
No, you were a secretary. Like you did menial fucking work. You were forced to do it.
She was not forced to do it. Again, let's talk about being forced into the IDF. So for one, Gila Klein acknowledged in the original clip that she could have gotten out if she had wanted to, but she didn't because she didn't want to. There are a ton of ways to get out of serving in the Israeli military. A lot. Most people who don't want to serve end up finding some way to get out of it. And she clearly knows this. She clearly believes this because in this podcast clip, she straight up acknowledged that. The context for this is that Gila Klein is saying that her initial desk job where she was booking hotels for IDF terrorists, she found it very boring, so she asked for a transfer. And here is what she said about that in regards to what I was just saying.
It's completely random.
Different
you have no
position,
idea.
different post, different location.
So I decided to do that, and if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army.
It was that bad?
Yeah.
So she could have found a way to get out of the army. She acknowledged right there she had ways to get out, but she didn't take them because as she goes on to say, she liked the second position that she had in Ramallah. Ethan said she was forced into it. If I cede them a ton of ground, because just to reiterate here, you are not literally like 100% forced into the Israeli military. You have other options. There are many ways in which you can get out by, like, you know, conscientious objector status, feigning injury, religious beliefs, whatever. And you could also just take a stand and be honest and say, I don't want to do this. And the consequence for that is a few months in prison. So it's a few months in prison versus participating in the genocidal terrorist military. Which one would you choose? Nonetheless, conscription is not a valid excuse for participating in crimes and horrible acts. It never has been, not under law, nor by anyone's morality. I'm sure these two have no sympathy whatsoever for anyone who's been conscripted into, say, ISIS or any other group like that actually conscripts people for what everyone considers to be terrorism, whether they are a combatant or whether they are in an organizational role, as Hila Klein was. But it's magically an all-absolving excuse. But it is magically an all-absolving excuse for her, even though she has acknowledged that she could have gotten out if she had really wanted to. So there is another clip where Ethan Klein brings up what I think is really the classic dumb guy talking point in matters like this. It's the sort of thing that most of us would probably think of in the very first moment that we ever actually ask this question to ourselves. And Ethan Klein seemed to be going through that experience right here in real time. So let's bring that up. I just want to note that the framing of this by the Twitter account that I'm going to use to play this clip is very funny. Holy shit, Ethan just destroyed pro-Hamas leftists who constantly shit on Hila for being in the IDF. If you're American and want Israel to stop being armed by the US, don't pay your taxes then. This is the sort of thing that can only seem like an incredible talking point to you if you are very dumb, or if you haven't thought about it for more than about 5 seconds. But let's play the clip.
Let's say people are so easy to judge Hila for doing mandatory service in Israel, right?
They keep lying about, like, the mandatory service. They keep saying that. That's the reason why they didn't watch my video, because then they would have had to, like, shown me dissecting the video of Ethan and Hila discussing her so-called service in the IDF terrorist organization. They would have seen me talking about it, providing context to it, and made it clear that that is just a lie. She had a desk job, and she asked to be transferred to something else. She said that if she didn't like the second job, she would have left. The second job was doing direct occupation in the West Bank, organizing terrorist activities for the IDF, going on raids with the IDF against occupied Palestinians. She liked it, so she chose not to leave. She wasn't forced there. She asked for the transfer there. She openly said she thought it was an adventure. She thought it was way more fun. She liked it more. The talking point on the face of it is invalid in general, and it's especially invalid in Hila's case because it is just simply lying. It's leaving out so much of what she actually did, as well as her own acknowledgement that she could have gotten out if she wanted to.
Everybody goes, you know what? If I was there, I would have objected. I would have chosen to go to jail and be ostracized by society because I am morally superior. I would take any punishment.
This is also a great talking point here because you can use it to absolve pretty much anyone of anything, right? What if an 18-year-old is, like, sort of pressured into joining the mafia and doing hits, for example? Are they guilty of the murder or not? Or do the circumstances and this idea that, hey, not everyone would be able to say no to what they did, does that magically absolve them? Would they get out of the crime if they said that in court? Would they get out of being a criminal in the eyes of Ethan and Hila if that was their excuse? No, they wouldn't. Of course not. It's just, again, they're coming up with excuses in the moment because they just want to come up with arbitrary reasons for why Hila is apparently not guilty of a crime, terrorism, for which Ethan accused, like, a random guy for whom there was literally no evidence of him ever being involved in anything that can be construed as terrorism, even remotely as strong as there is for Hila. Ethan was trigger happy with that label. He was trigger happy with calling people like Hassan terrorist sympathizers. But now we got to think of the circumstances. Now we got to think of, like, the social context behind all of this. The social context that just so happens to absolve Israelis, and specifically his Israeli wife, for carrying out crimes against Palestinians that bring them great material advantage and comfort, and that almost all of them support. Isn't it just super convenient that you have all of these people who commit horrid crimes against Palestinians or who help to commit them, and yet almost none of them are actually responsible for it? How about we apply that logic to the Nazis? Do you think Ethan Klein would like that? Do you think he would like this notion that, hey man, they were forced into the Holocaust? Hey man, that secretary at the death camp, she was in a non-combat role. She was forced into it. She was conscripted. Come on, man. They don't believe what they're saying. You need to remember that with people like this. That's why they didn't show my video, because they are being dishonest. They have to avoid the counter-arguments. They have to take every effort to make sure their audience does not actually see what they are responding to. Because these are the sorts of people who would lose a debate to an inanimate video if they tried to respond to it live. I'm telling you, they would not be able to do it. I wouldn't even need to be there for my video pre-recorded to beat these two in a debate. It is that bad.
So here's a challenge to you guys. If the U.S. government is buying bombs for Israel and funding the genocide, stop paying taxes. You can be that conscientious objector. Stop paying taxes. If you don't want to support the funding and you're willing to put yourself, on the line, like you saying Hila should have, stop giving the government their taxes.
There you go.
See what happens. You should be willing to make that risk and that sacrifice. Right? I don't see the difference. So just stop paying taxes and see what.
I don't see the difference.
What happens? And we'll all be very happy and proud of you for going to jail for not paying taxes.
Now, this is the sort of thing that can only seem...
That's really fucked up to say. We'll all be really proud of you. It's like, dude, you don't give a fuck about nobody. Holy shit. What an ass. That's such an asshole thing to fucking say. If you don't know that, then, fuck off forever. Shit.
Like an amazing talking point to you. As I said, if you are extremely dumb, and Ethan Klein absolutely fits that bill. He is a dumb guy YouTuber. That is the best description of him and others like him, the commentary drama sort of YouTubers. They are dumb guys. And when they fail to stay in their lane, it becomes very apparent. So let's think about that for a second. Is paying taxes on the same level of responsibility as being in the military? Does anyone actually believe that? Does Ethan Klein actually believe that? No, he doesn't. No one believes that. If you're on the front lines raiding a Palestinian house or helping to organize that raid on the Palestinian house, after asking to be transferred there, no less, are you the same as someone not doing that, but who is paying taxes that fund that? Are you on the same level of responsibility? Are you on the same level of proximity to the acts? No, you obviously are not. And while we're on that topic, is the punishment the same? The punishment for not paying taxes is actually a whole lot worse than refusing service in the IDF. You don't pay taxes, everything that you own or have ever owned is going to be seized. And you're going to go to prison for an absurdly long time, all while you are not even remotely close on the same level of responsibility as someone who's literally in the military. Those taxes also fund a plethora of other things that are not the military. Whereas obviously, being in the military, we all know what the military is for. It's for, in Israel, the military is for terrorizing, genociding, killing Palestinians. They especially like to kill children and babies, don't forget that. Firstly, the punishment for avoiding service in the Israeli military for most people who avoid service is nothing, because they get out on some sort of exemption. One of the exemptions that Hila Klein herself said in that clip that we went over that she could have leveraged for herself if she had wanted to. Two, for those who want to get out of serving, but who nonetheless somehow can't figure out an exemption that applies to them, the punishment is a couple of months to a year in prison. So you can spend a year, 2 years of your life assisting with a genocidal military that massacres children in droves, or you can choose to spend a couple of months to a year in what, for Israelis who do not endure the same horrid prison conditions that Israelis inflict on Palestinians, is a relatively fine prison. Obviously, it's still a prison, but it is not even remotely close to the prison conditions that they inflict on their Palestinian hostages. To give you an example of this, let's look at a very recent case, Tal Mitnick, an 18-year-old Israeli who refused service in the IDF this year during the Gaza genocide. Mitnick spent a total of 6 months in prison, and then he was exempted from service. As a result of his refusal, he is now an influential activist known around the world. He has gained a significant profile on social media, and if he so chooses, he's going to be set for life as an influencer as a result of doing this. Ethan and Hila basically made it sound like the dude would be killing himself or something, but honestly, he is better off now than he was before as a result of doing the right thing here. Compared to killing babies or helping people kill babies, he definitely made the right choice. for himself as well. Not even just for the potential people that he might have helped to kill. You know, war is dangerous. Even if you're not exactly on the front lines, you can be risking your life. 6 months in a prison cell in comparison, even out of self-interest, doesn't sound so bad. So if the balance of things is allow myself to be conscripted and kill babies, or attempt to get out of serving, which, as Healer noted, is relatively easy, especially for women like her, and in the worst case scenario, go to prison, would you choose to help kill the babies, or would you choose one of the other options? I would hope that you would not choose the killing babies thing, because, yeah, if you do choose that option, it is fair to blame you. I have never, ever, ever seen anyone say, ever, that conscripts in militaries that commit horrid crimes should be exempted from being blamed for committing those crimes. I've never really seen that argument in any real practical case, except with people who want to excuse IDF soldiers, really. You can always just say, let's apply this logic to the Holocaust and see how it does, and make these sorts of people wince because they know that they can't respond to that sort of argument. Nonetheless, I want to make abundantly clear here, I'm repeating this again and again and again because people just ignore it and they post like, come on, IDF people are conscripted. You're so disgusting and for, you know, oppressing the poor IDF conscripts by saying that they're actually responsible for their actions, that they're human beings who have a choice. It may be a limited spectrum of choice, but they still do have a choice. Even if I was to accept that argument, Hila Klein initially had a desk job booking hotels for terrorists. She found that not fun enough, so she asked for a more direct role closer to the terrorist attacks in both responsibility and physical proximity, while acknowledging that she could have leveraged some of the ways to get out if she had really wanted to, but did not. So we're not even talking about someone who was just conscripted and did the initial role that they were given, they were so-called forced into. We're talking about someone who went well beyond that, who talked about their victims as if they were like cattle or animals. Ethan literally calls Palestinians it. I forgot to mention this last time. Ethan literally says it to refer to the random Palestinian in Ramallah who was kidnapped by the IDF.
But surrounded with them, so.
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh,
Did they bring it, the arrested Palestinian, did they bring it in the same car as you? So let's ask some questions here to finish this up. Is paying taxes the same as being in a genocidal, terrorist, imperialist military like that of Israel? Is it the same? No. Obviously not. If you boil the question down to what it really is, which is a few months in a cell versus shoot babies in the head, or at least help the guys who are shooting the babies in the head, and yes, that is what the IDF does, I'm not going to beat around the bush and pretend they don't, then yeah, you can be blamed for not choosing the prison instead. Absolutely. The question of, if you guys were in that situation, maybe you wouldn't have been moral enough to choose the right choice or whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know what? Maybe some of the people watching wouldn't have, but you mistake explanation for excuse. This is what a lot of people do. They use an explanation as to like why these people end up in the positions that they are in as an excuse for what they end up doing. But there is no standard of morality, no standard of law, of justice anywhere in the world where anyone really thinks in that way, where anyone would accept that as really a valid argument. They might accept it as like a mitigating circumstance for sentencing, but they wouldn't accept it as like something that totally absolves the person of responsibility for what they have done. A great example from this whole controversy is Ethan himself, who again treated Rashid, the 19-year-old Yemeni, as a terrorist because, you know, he supports the Houthi government of Yemen. Ethan is so willing to empathize with Israeli soldiers who, again, are terrorists, actual terrorists, not like Rashid. Yet for Rashid, the Arab guy, he can't apply that sort of thing where he's like, well, I'm going to think about how this guy came to be who he is. I'm going to think about the explanation for how he got there. I'm going to think about why he thinks the way he does, why he does the things that he does. For the genociders, the terrorists, the Israeli genocidal soldiers, and the crucial operational and logistical employees who help them out in the carrying out of their genocide and their terrorism, is all about empathy. He's all about deflecting blame. Random 19-year-old Arab who happened to be born in Yemen, who grew up during a genocide, during a civil war, he takes the gloves off immediately. And yeah, what else is there to say about this? These people are not honest. If they were honest, they would have shown my video to their fans. If they were honest, they would hop on and talk to me about this, rather than speaking about it in an isolated environment where no one can push back against the stuff they're saying in real time. Ethan wouldn't intentionally go after people with, fewer followers who he knows are perhaps less capable, less well-versed in this than I am, while avoiding me, when clearly, by the fact that they talked about this, they have seen my video or at least know of its existence. So yeah, all in all, it's bullshit, man. It's double standards out the wazoo. Sorry for using that word, but you get a chance to use the word wazoo, you got to take the opportunity, right? And not just that. I'm not going to pretend it really is just double standards, because I hate when we compare things that aren't comparable and act as if they are. It's not comparable to be a 19-year-old Yemeni man who has sympathies for the Houthis and to be an IDF soldier or IDF secretary, as Hila Klein described it, in the West Bank or any other thing that the IDF does. Because there's no comparison to the IDF. Nothing. You can't compare anything else to the IDF. They are horrid. They're carrying out a genocide right now. Their soldiers are there intentionally shooting children in the head. They're burning people alive as we speak. I'm not going to pretend it's the same thing. I'm not going to pretend that we're comparing comparable things here. I'm not going to cede that ground to Ethan, and no one should. Because it's not just that by his own standards, Hila Klein is a terrorist. It's by objective standards that really everyone abides by when we use that word. By those, Hila Klein is a terrorist, and any attempt to absolve her of that label is arbitrary, totally arbitrary, emotional, not coming from any form of logic or any form of consistently applied principles. The only reason the IDF is not a globally declared terrorist organization, like the same sort of organization if it were Iranian and doing the same things that the Israeli military does would be, is because obviously the West are the allies of Israel. Again, I will reiterate here, even though they are too cowardly for it, talk to me anytime. Please, prepare your best talking points, or send a research team to research into me and try to devolve it into personal attacks or whatever it is that you guys do. Why don't you actually open yourself up to a little bit of scrutiny, man? Why don't you actually stop being a coward? Or, how about we go further than that? Why don't you admit that you were wrong? Why don't you write an apology, a sincere apology to Rashid, 19-year-old genocide victim who you smeared as a terrorist? You should have some humility. Admit that you were wrong. Admit that you were wrong to deplatform Arab creators for saying that Israeli hummus is shit. Admit that you were in way over your head and you don't know what you are doing. At least be moist critical, though you're nowhere near as funny or charismatic as him. At least be like him and know when you should stay in your lane. Know not to get too far in over your head, because there are way too many of these dumb guy YouTubers who are not as intelligent as Moist critical on that sort of thing, and they just constantly get themselves in way over their head, make themselves look like morons. And this is one of the few times where someone's actually properly being called out for it. There's some Ordinary Gamers video on this, which maybe I should respond to eventually as well too. Is so dog shit terrible. But do I really want to put more effort into this slop content that I'm currently producing regarding this whole controversy by going over more of it? More dumb guys talking about the same exact subject? Not really. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about that phenomenon at the end of this video as well, because it is very dumb. What better way to describe it? These people are just very dishonest. They're incredibly dishonest, incredibly inconsistent. They clearly don't have principles or beliefs. I think Ethan Klein just believes that he's a good guy. He believes that he's a morally good guy. So whatever it is that he believes is morally good, and anyone who responds to him and is actually, no, what you believe is pretty shit, man. That's bad. He believes that, they must have some sort of impure motivation, like anti-Semitism, to say something like that to him. Because he's a good guy, right? He's a good guy. He can't do bad. He can't say bad things. He can't support bad things. His wife could never do bad things. And yeah, that's my assessment of how they basically got where they are right now. Up shit creek without a paddle. But unfortunately, in that quest to traverse the creek of feces, they have legitimately hurt lots of people and legitimately hurt the anti-Palestinian cause, to the point that in some respects they have legitimized anti-Palestinian propaganda, and they are certainly responsible for more harm being done to Palestinians in Gaza as a result of that. And I hope, even though I don't think it will, because I don't think they have a conscious enough to even realize this, I hope that keeps them up at night. I hope they see the Palestinian children who will be harmed more due to their actions in their dreams. make arguments like this completely decontextualized. Here, we are going to be investigating whether, by the standards used by Ethan Klein, international governments, and the State of Israel, Ethan Klein's wife and co-host of H3H3 Productions is a terrorist. We're going to apply the standards that Ethan Klein has been applying to someone else to call him a terrorist, the guy who goes by Rashid. I'm sure you guys have seen him around, kind of unavoidable, especially with how much this guy's been talking about him. Hassan interviewed him, and since then, Ethan Klein has been accusing Hassan of platforming what he calls terrorism. So we're going to use the arguments that Ethan Klein has used to argue that this guy is a terrorist, and we're going to see how they apply to his wife, Hila Klein, who was a member of the so-called Israeli Defense Forces terrorist organization. So we need to begin this with some context first, before we get to Ethan's arguments regarding this guy supposedly being a terrorist. So this guy is supposedly 19 years old, from what I have seen, which means that he essentially grew up during the Yemeni civil war, which is more accurately called a genocide. This is something that Ethan Klein has never talked about and will never talk about. In 2014, as a result of the Arab Spring, the government of Yemen faced a popular uprising, which was led by an organization known as Ansar Allah, also known in English as the Houthis. It was an immensely popular anti-government uprising, and the Yemeni government at the time simply stood no chance of surviving it, just due to the fact that they pretty much had no one on their side, aside from the soldiers who they were paying. So the Yemeni government asked for foreign intervention from Saudi Arabia. This resulted in Saudi Arabia asking the USA for permission to carry out this intervention, and the USA not only approved, but decided to materially support them, both by striking targets, Yemeni rebel targets themselves, and materially supporting the Saudis with military hardware. This was also supported to a lesser extent by other Gulf monarchies and Israel, who all were very interested in keeping the previous very cooperative Yemeni government in power. They also implemented, with crucial US backing, a total and complete blockade on Yemen. This blockade on Yemen, which again, they implemented because the government that they support simply was going to lose a popular revolution to an overwhelmingly popular coalition of people who were fed up with it. They implemented this blockade essentially in retaliation for that, to try and prop up this government. And this blockade resulted in, according to the UN, upwards of 500,000 deaths, most of them due to starvation. 2 years ago, for example, the UN was warning that 17 million were on the brink of starvation in Yemen. This was very recent. And the Houthis, which are an Islamist group who are incredibly flawed, make no mistake about that, but they have popular support. They always had popular support, mostly because the previous government, its existence was untenable. It was propped up by foreign powers, and the very fact that it needed a Saudi invasion to keep itself alive should be a big clue as to how legitimate it actually was in Yemen. So, that is the context here. Recently, the Houthis have been blockading water near Yemen, which is a crucial shipping route, according to them, because they do not want to allow ships that they consider to be allied with Israel through while Israel is massacring people in Gaza. Now, it is indisputable that around 95% plus of experts in the sociological and the legal field who have pronounced on the topic consider what Israel is doing in Gaza to be a genocide. The Houthis consider themselves to be implementing their obligations as what they consider themselves to be the legitimate government of Yemen under the Genocide Convention, of which Yemen is a signatory, to prevent genocide. And they are taking more effective action against that, as little as it may be, as little as they may be capable of doing. They are taking more action to prevent the genocide in Gaza than any other country in the world, perhaps. People like Ethan Klein call them terrorists and simply say, no, their motivations for blockading these ships are lies. And quite frankly, when we're dealing with a full-on genocide committed by Israel, by Ethan Klein's country, Israel, in Gaza, I don't really care what their motivations are. Putting pressure on Israel and its allies through any means necessary to get them to stop what they are doing is action that is sorely needed. And Yemen has been taking it. And yes, they are by any reasonable measure, the legitimate government of Yemen. They control the vast majority of the country. And out of all of the factions in Yemen today, they have by far the most popular legitimacy. These people would have no problem supporting them provided that they were US backed, but they're not. It's the only reason they pretend not to. So we have this guy who Ethan Klein accused of being a terrorist due to his supposed membership. We don't actually know if he's a member of the Houthi organization, but supposedly due to his membership of the Houthi organization. And Ethan Klein justified that simply on that basis. He claimed that this guy said that he talked to so-called hostages who are currently in Yemen, the crew of the ships that they have seized. Ethan Klein said that those people are hostages and this guy talked to them, and that therefore proves that he's a terrorist. Now, I'm not exactly sure how that proves that he is a terrorist. For one, calling them hostages is incredibly inaccurate. They are not hostages. They are allowed to leave. The logistics of helping them to leave is the problem. It's not like they are being held as prisoners or anything. It's a diplomatic issue. For two, these ships, since they have been seized, are being used as essentially museums by the Yemeni authorities. Anyone can go in there. So there's no proof that he's a member of the organization. However, I want to steelman Ethan Klein's argument here. Ethan Klein's argument was that this guy is supposedly a terrorist due to his membership in the Houthi organization. Now, we don't actually know whether he is a member of the Houthis. There's no evidence that he, or even the Houthis themselves, by the way, have ever participated in anything that can remotely be spun as a legitimate terrorist attack. Unless blockading shipping that is from people who are presently backing a genocide or carrying out a genocide in Gaza is terrorism, which you're going to have a hard time arguing. But hey, I'm perfectly willing to steelman Ethan Klein's arguments. Let's do that. Ethan Klein said, for one of his arguments was that because this guy had a picture on his Instagram or something where he was posing with an AK-47. Ethan Klein said that that was proof that he was a terrorist. Let's agree with that here. If you carry a gun, you are a terrorist. I'm fine with that argument. I'm going to go with Ethan Klein's argument and the argument of the state of Israel. Ethan Klein also made another argument. He said that because this guy talked about talking to a Chinese captain of a ship or something and had tea with him and smoked weed with him, that meant that he was a terrorist. Okay, I'm fine with accepting that. Ethan Klein also claims that he's a terrorist due to his membership in the Houthi organization, because apparently, if you are a member in any facet in the government, the actual real government of Yemen currently, you are a terrorist. Okay, I'm happy to accept Ethan's argument there. If anyone in chat right now can think of anything else that he said to argue for why this guy is a terrorist, please let me know so that I can make sure that his argument is as strong as it can possibly be. People are saying that I did accurately represent his argument there mostly, okay? So let's apply this standard now, and also the standard used by the State of Israel to Ethan's wife and co-creator of the H3H3 Productions podcast and the H3H3 Productions channel that made them both famous, Gila Klein. So let's do that. So another thing that Israel has been claiming recently is that, for example, banks in Lebanon are terrorism. They have started airstriking banks, claiming that they are linked to the Hezbollah organization in Lebanon, and they claim this is legitimate because Hezbollah is supposedly a terrorist organization. So you can see here that Ethan and Gila Klein's own country, Israel, consider non-combatants to be legitimate targets for military action and claims that they are terrorists. So you can clearly see their own country's definition of terrorist goes far beyond someone who is actually a combatant. So clearly they seem to think that it's okay to, for example, bomb people if they are performing administrative duties for what they consider to be a terrorist organization, which if these allegations regarding this bank were true, obviously the people within it would not be militants or anything. There would be bankers, there would be random cashiers, there would be employees. So now we're going to watch a clip of Ethan and Gila Klein talking about Gila Klein's time in the Israeli Defense Forces. So if you are unaware, the Israeli Defense Forces have been a terrorist organization for pretty much their entire existence. They were even formed from a couple of different terrorist organizations. For example, the Lehi, which was a self-proclaimed terrorist organization, was one of the pre-State of Israel organizations that joined together with other organizations to form the Israeli Defense Forces. Israel is an internationally recognized occupier of the West Bank. This will come up later, remember that. So the presence of any Israeli in the West Bank is illegal, and especially armed Israelis who are a member of the Israeli Defense Forces. So the IDF is well known as a terrorist organization. At this point, no one can deny it. They are massacring children as I speak right now. They will have killed multiple children, perhaps during the last few sentences that I have spoken. The Israeli Defense Forces is well known for terrorizing Palestinians all over Palestine. It is their explicit role. There is an overwhelming scholarly consensus regarding the point that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. It's completely on the merits of the facts. It is completely undeniable. If, according to Ethan Klein, the Houthis are terrorists for, who knows, what terrorist attack is he talking about? Who knows? The IDF are terrorists a million times over, a billion times over. It's not even close. So Hila Klein was a member of the IDF terrorist organization. And we're going to watch a clip of them talking about her membership in this terrorist organization, because I want to make clear here that Hila has tried to downplay, Hila and Ethan have tried to downplay Hila Klein's membership in this terrorist organization. They have tried to make it out that she was simply sort of a reluctant conscript. She just joined and did like a boring desk job because she was forced into it, and that was the extent of it. Which, by the way, I don't think is a valid argument at all, because think about if someone was conscripted into ISIS, for example, and forced to do logistics and administrative work for them, I do not believe for a second that these people would say that person was not a terrorist. I don't believe for a second they would say they were not responsible for their actions. You know, ISIS conscripted people, but I've never seen anyone say that ISIS terrorists aren't terrorists just because they were conscripts. Not once have I ever seen anyone argue that. So I think it's pretty clear that these people selectively apply that argument to cases where they either support the people who have advantages or have at least latent sympathies for the people who have advantages. So this is a 7-minute long video of Hila discussing her time in the Israeli military.
And your whole family served in the military, right?
Mm-hmm.
How was your experience in the military?
It was okay. I didn't do anything like, I wasn't like a combative role.
Yeah, you weren't.
Okay, so let's make clear here, there is no evidence that Rashid of the so-called Houthis, I don't know if it's a Houthi again, I'm just ceding to Ethan's argument here because I can still win, is a combatant either. So, no evidence that he is a combatant, but Ethan Klein is still happy to call him a terrorist. Here is an image of Hila Klein in a military uniform carrying a weapon. Multiple images of her carrying a weapon in the IDF. And by the way, we're just going on by her word on this. There's not actually, there's so many pictures of her in uniform with a gun that I honestly don't believe her when she says she just had a non-combat role. I feel like it's something that she's lying about. But either way, let's just take her word for it for the purposes of this video. So, the evidence of her being a combatant in the IDF is the same as Ethan Klein's evidence for Rashid being a combatant in the Houthis. Pictures of them with guns. Though, differently to Rashid, Hila Klein is clearly in IDF uniform. Rashid is just in random clothing. So, it's worse for her. Now let's continue watching. I'm going to turn this up, speed up a little bit, and let's continue watching.
A fighter.
I wasn't a fighter, so I didn't have anything like crazy to tell. But I don't know. It's kind of like a mandatory job that you have to go to.
And you don't get paid for it.
Yeah.
So
it's a mandatory job.
Said, is it like a forced vacation?
No.
No.
It's more like a forced job.
Forced job. Because what did you do? What was your role in the military?
At first, I was given a role that was like in an office somewhat close to my house in Tel Aviv. Mm-hmm. And it was kind of like going to a day job in an office.
Okay, so Hila was given a boring office job near her house. A lot of people try to say that if you join the IDF and you do something like this, you cannot be blamed for it. I disagree with that, and I disagree that they would apply that standard to other people. For example, as I said, the ISIS comparison. But let's accept that argument here, and let's continue listening to what she says next.
It happened right after there was some kind of a second war in, where was it, in Gaza?
I remember that, yeah.
There was some sort of a small war.
Yeah.
When I was there, and so my job was to, like, when they send officers or like people to go serve, I had to like logistically help with like their hotel or a room, things like that. But it was
okay. Simple question: do you think that someone whose job in ISIS was to book hotels and accommodation for the terrorists as they go and do terrorist attacks, that they would be considered terrorists by Ethan and Hila Klein? They would be. Absolutely. All of you watching this would consider them terrorists. So again, already at this point, I think it's fair to say that she was a terrorist, But if you are not convinced yet, do not worry because it gets worse.
It's all on the computer. It just felt like some computer thing.
Right, okay. So secretary.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it was super boring, and I really hated it. Because it was just like, I had to take a bus super early, go there, spend the whole day, go back home. I hated it. So I tried to change my role. And it was something like you can apply for it, and it's a form that you fill out, and then they're going to give you something else, completely random.
Different
you have no
position,
idea.
different post, different location.
So Hila Klein had basically like the perfect job, right? For someone who doesn't really want to go into combat or whatever. You get a shitty desk job. It's boring, but whatever. You know, just do it. It's if you have to do it, just do it, right? That's how I'm sure a lot of these people would argue. But it was too boring for her, so she asked to be transferred to somewhere more exciting. Where was she transferred?
So I decided to do that, and if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army.
What was that? Okay, then you have her saying if she did not like the second position that she was transferred into, she would just find a way to get out of the army. That shows right there that Hila Klein knew the whole time that there were ways for her to get out of doing this. There were ways for her to get out of doing this, and she considered this second position to not be bad enough that she wanted to get out, and rather than just not serving at all, which she clearly acknowledges that she could have done, there were ways for her to get out of doing it, she decided to continue. Wait until we get to the details.
Not bad.
Yeah, I hated everything about it, didn't want to do it. Because if you're doing something that it felt like I wasn't doing anything, like I was just wasting my life.
Yeah.
It could get really frustrating, I don't know.
Right.
And you got to do it for 2 years.
Right.
So I filled out that form and I tried it, and then I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked a lot more.
A better place that she liked a lot more. Now, I'm going to give you some spoilers here. The better place that she liked a lot more was an Israeli military outpost near the city of Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. That was the job that she liked a lot more. She became not only closer in proximity to the Palestinians who were terrorized by the IDF, but her role also became a lot more direct. She was serving in logistics and organization directly under the regional commander, as she will explain here.
Before it was a daily thing where you go back home every day, and the new one was in a way that was a base that was far from my house. So you go there for the whole week, and then you come back for the week.
I just want to know, do you know how ambiguous, do you see how ambiguous they are about this? She doesn't actually specify where or anything like that. And it's because they are conscious of how bad this is. They know that this is bad. They know that most people watching this who actually understand anything about Israel and Palestine will immediately identify how fucked up what she's talking about is here. That's why they keep it like this vague.
Weekend.
So you preferred that? Were you gone for all week?
I did.
Interesting. Why?
It was kind of like just more of an adventure, more of it.
It was an adventure for her, occupying people, helping to occupy people, living under an illegal terrorist occupation. Even Israel's own allies consider it to be an illegal terrorist occupation in the West Bank. For her, it was an adventure. I'm sorry, if this guy is a terrorist, this is a terrorist a million times over.
An experience that I preferred than to just go to a boring job, sit on the computer and go back home at the end of every day. I don't know.
What are you doing
I mean, as far as being in the Israeli army, what she was doing before is like one of the least bad things that you could do out of all the roles that you could have. But that wasn't good enough for her. She wanted something where she could do more harm to Palestinians just because it was more fun for her.
Secretary work there?
So, yeah, I was the secretary of the head of the, there's like I don't know the terms in English from the army.
Right. She was an officer.
So there was I was in Dukhifat, which is like a brigade, I guess, that's in charge of the area of Ramallah. And that brigade has like a main officer. So I was his secretary.
Okay, so she was a member of the organizational and logistics staff of an army illegally occupying Palestine. An army that regularly engages in terrorism against Palestinians and goes on terrorist raids purely for the purposes of literally terrorizing them, like the most basic definition of terrorism. And she was transferred to this. She previously said if she hadn't liked it, she would have left. She didn't leave. She openly said here that she actually did like it. So she went from being like a cog in the wheel of the IDF, booking hotel rooms for people who were doing terrorism, to being even closer in proximity to that terrorism by choice. And she said that she liked it.
So you were right below the big boy.
You were right below the.
So it was nice. It was interesting.
Cool, apparently.
It was more demanding in a way, but also kind of more rewarding because you're put in this weird situation where you're like
weird situation. It was rewarding.
You're away from your house. You have this new group of people.
The weird situation isn't the fact that you literally occupy and terrorize people. Is that not weird?
That you have to get along with. And it's hard to explain, but for some reason it was more interesting. I enjoyed it more.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Yeah, a terrorist city. Do you see the way that these people who dare to complain about anti-Semitism when they get called out on their tacit support of the Gaza genocide weaponize this word terrorist? When by any reasonable definition, Hila Klein is the terrorist here. She's talking about raiding, attacking Palestinians in Palestine. Palestinians have every right to be armed in their own country. Every right. And for these people, being a Palestinian with a gun in your own country and fighting against occupying invaders makes you a terrorist. For them, everyone in Ramallah is a terrorist. It's a terrorist city.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah, my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid in Ramallah to arrest terrorists.
They would go every night onto a raid in Ramallah. Every night. Why are you doing a raid into a city that you're occupying every night? Terrorism, to terrify the populace. It is exactly the definition of terrorism. Let's look at the USA's legal definition of terrorism. Acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the United States or any state that appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population. Okay, so let's ask a question. Is being a logistical organizational employee in the Israeli Defense Forces in the occupied West Bank, helping in the commission to the level of criminal responsibility with acts that are dangerous to human life, which are a violation of the criminal laws of the United States or of any other state? Yep. Not only a violation of international humanitarian law, but also a violation of basic criminal law, being a member of a criminal organization engaging in violent acts against people in their own country, also being an illegal occupier in that country. Then, that appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population. Undeniably, IDF raids in the occupied West Bank are intended to intimidate and coerce a civilian population. So, by any reasonable legal definition applied equally, this is terrorism. This is someone who was a logistical/organizational employee of a terrorist organization who volunteered to go on a terrorist attack. That's what this was, a terrorist attack designed to intimidate and coerce the local population into political compliance with the Israeli state. The very definition of terrorism right there. This meets it. So let's continue into her recounting of this supposed raid against the evil terrorists, aka Palestinians, living in Palestine, who dared to fight back against troops who occupy their country.
And so I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why, you just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
Okay. Not only was she a logistical organizational employee for a terrorist organization actively carrying out terrorism, actively to help them carry out that terrorism. That was what her role was, obviously. She was first in that position. Then she decided that she was too far away from the action. She wanted to get closer to it, so she took a closer in proximity organizational role to the terrorist acts. Then she decided on top of that was not enough for her. She wanted to go on the terrorist raids herself. She wanted to be a part of a terrorist attack herself. This was all voluntary. And as she acknowledged earlier, she could have gotten out if she wanted to, but she did not want to, did she? This is a level of culpability that is on a level that is even higher than your average ISIS member. It is serious. The crimes might not be quite as serious, but the level of like direct responsibility is serious than a whole lot of people who would be considered international terrorists under international law for being members of ISIS. Basically anyone not in a combat role in the organization. So let's continue with her recounting of the events.
Had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it.
Okay.
So they took me with them one night, even though they weren't supposed to.
Did they armor your ass up?
You're driving in this like Jeep that's bulletproof.
Right.
So I was in the Jeep, and then as soon as we entered Ramallah, the people in the city started shooting us.
Wow.
And I heard like.
For one, they probably didn't. It was probably just rocks. But either way, they are completely within their right to shoot at occupying, invading soldiers who are terrorizing them, obviously.
like a bullet hit the Jeep like right next to my head.
Did it like dent or just
No,
regular?
you just hear it.
It's a gnarly armored Jeep. Okay.
And I mean, it was just interesting.
They were shooting. So someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away.
Yeah.
Huh. Did you have a gun on you?
I didn't.
You were not supposed to leave.
No, yeah, not really. But even if I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once, but surrounded with them. So.
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh.
You go. There's a few cars going.
Damn, that's crazy. Was it like? How did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very.
It was just strange.
Very weird.
How so?
So she raided like a Palestinian house with a bunch of terrorist IDF soldiers. She volunteered to go on it.
I don't know. Just you see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit and find guns.
How is this not terrorism?
The whole thing is really surreal.
So, okay, now let's apply Ethan Klein's definition of a terrorist to Hila Klein, his wife, based on what he said about Rashid, the Yemeni victim of genocide, by the way. Yemenis like him who've grown up under what is by any reasonable definition, especially the colloquial definition of genocide, a genocidal attack on their very existence by the Saudis with support of the US, Israel, and other Gulf monarchies and many other Western states. This guy grew up, and obviously he supports the government of Yemen that has been fighting the Saudis and the US and what these countries have been doing to their country the whole time. Why wouldn't he? And according to Ethan Klein, he is a terrorist just because of that, just because he's not against his government or being accused of being a member of that government, which I don't know what to tell you, man. Is every single public employee in Israel a terrorist by that measure? I mean, I think so. Sure, I agree. But do you? Because that's the sort of definition that you're applying to this Yemeni kid. So there's a picture of him with an AK-47. He claims to have spoken to the crew of appropriated ships that were stopped by the Yemeni government on suspicion that they were attempting to deliver goods to Israel, or that they are property of countries who are presently assisting the genocide in Israel, to put pressure on Israel to stop the genocide. And there is a picture of him holding a gun. That is Ethan Klein's standard for accusing someone of being a terrorist. Now, I completely am confident that if that evidence was put to a trial at court, the guy would not be convicted. In an unbiased court, there is no fucking way that you would have enough evidence to convict that guy of terrorism. You know who there easily is enough evidence to convict of terrorism in an unbiased court, and whose confession we just watched? Hila Klein of H3H3 Productions, who admitted to playing a crucial logistical organizational role in a terrorist organization and to volunteering to participate in terrorist attacks in internationally recognized occupied territory. Again, I am going by the standards of Ethan Klein, his own standards that he has been using to accuse a 19-year-old Yemeni genocide victim of terrorism. I am merely applying those standards to his own wife. We can go by the standards of Israel itself, which claims that non-combat members of what they consider to be a terrorist organization are acceptable targets for killing, hence their attacks on banks that they claim to be linked to Hezbollah. So claiming that she was technically not a combatant does not absolve her of terrorism, as obviously terrorist groups need organizers, they need logistics people, they need bureaucrats. And that's the role that she played, directly under the regional terrorist leader of the IDF's operation in the occupied Palestinian territory of the West Bank near the city of Ramallah, as she said in her own words. And as we went over the official US government definition of terrorism, what she and her comrades were doing there, and yes, she and her comrades, because obviously if you're the one who organizes stuff for the people doing the acts, you are guilty as well. Perhaps you won't get the same sentence, but you're still guilty. So, by law, she is a terrorist. By Ethan's made-up standards for terrorism, she is a terrorist. And especially by Israel's standards for terrorism, she is a terrorist. Everyone around the world, all of the free people of the world, know that the IDF is one of the world's worst terrorist organizations. On the level with ISIS, there is no defending its actions. If ISIS is a terrorist organization, which obviously I believe that it is, for the attacks that it has carried out on civilians around the world, and particularly in Iraq and Syria, then the IDF, which has carried out similar attacks, worse attacks against Palestinians for the last 76 years, is also a terrorist organization by any reasonable definition of the word. So Hila Klein is a legal terrorist as well as a colloquial terrorist, as well as a terrorist by Ethan Klein's own definition of the word, as well as a terrorist by Israel's own definition of the term that is used by their military propagandists to accuse those who fight against that genocide in Gaza of terrorism. And I will read this just because I think this also disproves Ethan Klein's claims about Rashid, the Yemeni guy. Though, for one, I do not think it matters. I do not think that this guy, even if he is literally a member of the Houthi organization in some capacity, is a terrorist just because of that. You simply cannot claim that. Even if he did smoke weed with the crew of one of the ships that they stopped, that does not make him a terrorist. So again, this addresses many of the same points that I did. Ethan said that he must be a Houthi because he had an AK-47 in Yemen. The person who wrote this countered that firearm ownership in Yemen is one of the highest rates in the world, only below the USA. Secondly, he said that this guy must be a terrorist because he was on one of the ships that they blockaded. This guy points out that the sea ships have been turned into tourist hotspots in Yemen, which just kind of goes to show you how popular these guys are in Yemen. So that is not evidence at all. I don't know exactly what this is. I think that Ethan Klein probably accused him of being a terrorist because he used the word shaheed, which means martyr, which is just a word that all Arabs use, not just Muslims, all Arabs use for people who have died premature deaths of not natural causes, essentially. That is what that word means to them. And Ethan Klein apparently cited that as evidence of this guy using that word as evidence of him being a terrorist, which is just incredibly racist, honestly. I'm not exactly sure if this guy said this, but it's addressing him apparently saying son of a Jew. I don't know if he actually said this. I don't know if it's referring to someone else saying this. But either way, this guy is a 19-year-old. He has grown up in Yemen, a country which has been besieged by Saudi Arabia, by the USA, with support from Israel for pretty much the entire life that he can remember. That is the only thing this guy wouldn't know about Jewish people. Israel. Israel by itself claims to be a Jewish state. Ethan Klein himself conflates Zionism with Judaism and conflates Israel with Judaism. So if this guy used a term like son of a Jew as an insult, if that is what happened here, though I again say, I don't actually know. If that is the case, what do you expect exactly, Ethan? Do you expect the people whose first ever encounter with a German, you know, like Ukrainians in the Holocaust, whose first ever encounter with a German was an SS officer holding a gun to their head, to somehow be enlightened enough to love Germans for the rest of their life? No. It is ludicrous that you make arguments like this completely decontextualized. Honestly, it's just disgusting. It's especially disgusting given your own anti-Semitism, Ethan Klein, which I am going to play here just for good measure. Actually, no, I probably shouldn't play it because Ethan Klein will probably report it for hate speech because of things that he himself said. But Ethan Klein said things, recorded himself stalking random Hasidic Jews on the street of Jerusalem. Jerusalem, by the way. Jerusalem, of all places. He went to Jerusalem and he stalked Hasidic Jews on the street and he said things about them that could have only come out of Nazi propaganda. He basically sounded exactly like a Nazi. This is very common among secular Zionists. They don't really see themselves as Jews that much. They hate people who they see as more Jewish than them. They rather see themselves as sort of a new European nationality, a new Western nationality. And those who do not reject Jewish traditions as much as they have are seen as inferior and are basically treated as if how the Nazis would treat Jews. If you'd like to learn more about this, I suggest you read about the anti-Semitic pamphlet by the founder of the political Zionist movement, Theodor Herzl, who has been officially declared by the Israeli state as the father of the nation, called Maushel. And in this, he denigrates what he views as Jews who are too Jewish, much like how Ethan Klein did in the streets of Jerusalem. Anyway, aside from that, let us continue with this defense of Rashid the Yemeni. If he did say something anti-Semitic, and if you truly are pro-Palestine as you claim to be, Ethan Klein, which you are not, to be clear, you absolutely are not, you would easily understand why he would say something like that, given that he's a 19-year-old Yemeni man, and the only thing that he knows about Israel is that it has committed genocide in Gaza, and that it has helped to kill hundreds of thousands of his own people. That is the only thing that this guy knows about Jewish people. And instead of hating him, perhaps you would be better off demonstrating to him that his first impression is incorrect. Now, there was a segment when Hassan talked to Rashid about what he thinks of China. And he said that he has not sat with anyone from the Chinese people. But the captain of one of the ships that the Houthi seized was Chinese, and he sat with us and smoked weed and had fun with music and Snapchat stories. Ethan Klein said that that was evidence that this guy was a Houthi who was keeping the hostages confined. That is not true. As you can clearly see from the first sentence, he has never sat with anyone from the Chinese people. When he says we, he refers to Yemenis. He's not talking about himself. He's talking about Yemenis. And yes, Rashid, this guy has stated publicly that he's against anti-Semitism. And I'm sorry, Ethan, but I believe him more on that than I believe you on your empty claims that you support Palestine. Let us bring up another video.
You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily, okay? Now, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. So are you in favor of an Iraqi...
Hila Klein, I'm denying that. I'm denying that. Once a terrorist, always a terrorist, it seems. Now, I know that Ethan Klein has said things like that he does not deny Israel's horrible crimes against the Palestinians. But Ethan, what do your actions speak for? You attacked people who actually try to take action for Palestine, the Yemenis who try to do that. You just ran an incredibly, I'm sorry to say, Zionist campaign. A Zionist campaign using the tactics of the Israel lobby to deplatform pro-Palestine creators. You have accused people of literal terrorism for opposing the genocide that Israel is committing in Gaza. Actions speak louder than words. And quite frankly, I have never ever seen this guy hurt a Jewish person in any way. But I have seen you hurt people who advocate for Palestine. And I have seen you scream anti-Semitic slurs at random Jews in the street. So if we're talking about anti-Semitism, we're talking about racism, we're talking about anti-Palestinianism versus this guy's supposed anti-Semitism, it's not even close. So again, none of the things that this guy, and they even accused this guy of, were true. None of the things that he used to accuse this guy of terrorism were true. But even if they were, they apply 1,000 times over to his own wife, Hila Klein, a member of the Israeli Defense Force, former member of the Israeli Defense Forces, who participated in literal terrorist attacks on the Palestinian city of Ramallah. By any reasonable definition, Hila Klein is a terrorist, and Rashid, random 19-year-old Yemeni who held an AK-47 once in a photo, well, there's not any evidence that he is a supposed terrorist, nor is there much evidence of the Houthis themselves committing anything that can be remotely spun as terrorism, unless you remove the context, of course, of the Gaza genocide, which is the motivation for their blockade. If you remove that context, sure, it sure looks like they're just randomly seizing ships, doesn't it? But too bad that context exists. And I do not believe for a second that someone who denies that context to try and make it out like people who are reacting, clearly they are reacting to what Israel is doing in Gaza, to try and make it out like they are and that they are essentially just doing random acts of violence against random ships. I don't trust that this guy at all supports Palestine when he is attacking them for doing that. Because if you don't support a blockade in support of people who are being genocided, what is it that you support exactly that can help them? What? Nothing, apparently. Just kind words? Is that what we're supposed to give the Palestinian people? Sympathy? Should we cry crocodile tears into a tissue, as you did a couple of times? They don't need our tears. They need our action. What they need right now, if anything, is a military intervention, global military intervention. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but it's what they need. And the Yemenis are at least trying. Even if you say their motivations aren't pure, no one's motivations are ever pure in this shit. NATO didn't bomb Serbia because they cared about the people the Serbians were killing. I'm sure you're still in favor of that anyway. If you claim to be against what Israel is doing in Gaza, you simply cannot be against everyone who is attempting to do something about it. You certainly can't denounce them as terrorists, especially when your own wife is a terrorist by your own definition, a million times worse than the people you're accusing of that. And you certainly can't go around lying and attempting to deplatform people. If you do not know, Ethan Klein successfully got the ADL and Stop Anti-Semitism to Israel lobby organizations, disgusting Israel lobby organizations who do nothing but attempt to ruin people's lives for being pro-Palestine. He got them involved in a campaign against Twitch.tv where he claimed that saying that someone likes the Sabra brand of hummus is anti-Semitic. As I said, actions speak louder than words. Ethan Klein's actions have shown him, whether he really thinks he is or not, to be a partisan for Israeli genocide. His wife was a participant in clear acts of terrorism and a member of a terrorist organization who voluntarily chose and said that she liked playing a more important role in that terrorist organization than she had initially been forced to do via conscription. Yeah, don't really have much more to say on that, nor do we need to. I guarantee you that if Ethan Klein responds to this, which I don't think he will, he's very cowardly, he will just try to attack me as an individual, as a person, rather than addressing anything that I have said here, which is ironically something that he accuses Hassan of doing all the time. Hassan has given him so much undue credit, it is absurd. I think that it reflects poorly on Hassan that he has given him so much credit. I think Hassan should have realized that this is who this guy was long ago, probably even before he had the podcast with him. He's made it clear that he is an out-and-out Zionist who, while he is afraid to say it directly, is aiding and abetting a genocide with allies from groups that are less cowardly than he is about being real about what they're doing, like the ADL and Stop Anti-Semitism. I mean, I don't want to attack Hassan because he's obviously the one who's facing the brunt of this. Hassan is currently being attacked because of Ethan Klein by the entire Israel lobby. By the entire Israel lobby. Ethan Klein weaponized his Jewishness to literally sick the whole Israel lobby on Hassan and his friends all at once. How can someone do that and then claim to be an ally of the Palestinian people and not be explicitly against the Palestinian cause? You simply cannot.
A fucking man. Yo, this is why, I'll stand a limited critical standing. Matt Apanada, his take on the Palestinian genocide is it's a correct word to use. The correct mission. Put simply. Let me just hear that again.
Ethan Klein by the entire Israel lobby. By the entire Israel lobby. Ethan Klein weaponized his Jewishness to literally sick the whole Israel lobby on Hassan and his friends all at once. How can someone do that and then claim to be an ally of the Palestinian people and not be explicitly against the Palestinian cause? You simply cannot. It is plainly obvious. Anyway, I want to remind people that as we say this, as you watch this, children are being massacred by Israel. They are intentionally being burned alive. Bulldozers are being driven over their bodies. They are being crushed into basically mincemeat, explosions of blood by jolly Israeli soldiers, Hitler Klein's comrades. That is what is most important here, and that is what Ethan Klein is trying to distract from. Remember it. That is what these people are legitimizing. No token. I think that's bad though. But anyway, here are my actions which enable that. He's ever going to make up for it. Hassan is also afraid to engage with me directly, but he will somehow get word of this. So Hassan, dude, please do something. Say something. Don't be a coward. I know you're scared right now, and you should be. But you'll live on. You're too famous not to. You'll find a way. Even if they ban you off Twitch, you will find a way. Take a stand against this shit. Don't be nice to this guy. He doesn't deserve it. Don't set a precedent where you allow yourself to be bullied, because it'll be horrible for all of us. Hassan is desperately trying to change Ethan's mind. Are you kidding me? Ethan's mind? Are you kidding me, man? You don't change Ethan Klein's mind. We need to argue against people like Ethan Klein. He's on the other side. There's no changing his mind. He's a committed Zionist. He's committed, so committed that he's a part of the Israel lobby now. There's no change in that guy's mind. To change the mind of Ethan Klein at this point, it's like saying that we should change the mind of the Israeli soldier driving the bulldozer. They are one and the same. They are for the same cause. Ethan Klein is a soldier on the propaganda front, so that guy can run over Palestinian children and turn them into pancakes. They are a team, just like Hitler Klein was a team with the soldiers who were part of her unit who went and did the raids while she stayed back in the office. Anyway, I don't want to shit on Hassan, as I said, because he's going to allow himself to be beaten to a pulp if all he does is sit there and just let this shit happen. He needs to take a stand and say, no, that's obviously not anti-Semitism. These groups that you're allying with, the fucking Apartheid Defense League, Stop Anti-Semitism, a literal organized doxing organization. Some people are just bad. Ethan Klein is one of them. Anyway, the point of this video overall is there is a genocide in Palestine being carried out by people like Hitler Klein and her comrades. It's being carried out both by the soldiers on the ground and the administrators in office blocks nearby, organizing logistical the logistical operations that the soldiers can do it. It is continuing as you watch this, and it will continue for who knows how long, unless people like us take a stand against it. Unless people like us take a stand against people who enable it, like Ethan Klein, against people who participate in it, such as Hila Klein's IDF terrorist comrades. And again, I will reiterate this challenge. I will invite any of you on who want to talk about any of this, any of you on who think that you can contest any of this. Ethan himself is too afraid, of course. All the others are too afraid too. They are absolutely terrified to talk about this with someone who is knowledgeable on the subject. All these people are purely capable of making statements without knowing why they're saying them. They make statements and they rely on there not being someone there to say, hey, that's just not true. If you think that what you believe is right, that it is somehow anti-Semitic to say that liking bad hummus means you're not an Arab, that somehow a 19-year-old Yemeni is a terrorist, but Hila Klein is not, that somehow Ethan Klein is not functionally a propagandist for the Israeli genocide of Palestine when his actions seem to speak quite differently, please get in contact with me and I'll invite you to my stream anytime. The Sam Cedar moment with Ethan Klein was a moment of cowardice. You need to not treat that as some epic moment anymore. It was a moment of Ethan's pathetic cowardice. It was a moment showing that even against a moron like Steven Crowder, Ethan Klein does not know how to defend his own beliefs himself, to the extent that he needs to sub someone else in to act on his behalf. Hassan wouldn't need to do that. Hassan is not a coward like Ethan Klein is. Ethan Klein is someone who cannot defend his own beliefs and he knows it, so he turns the comments off in every single video. He refuses to engage with anyone directly in an environment where they could possibly push back against him in real time with evidence. He relies on making statements that no one is there to refute. And if you're watching this from Ethan Klein's team, leave. Leave. All of you are famous enough to leave. Leave. Take a stand. Get out of there. You would probably make more money on your own YouTube channel. I'll help you set it up if you want. Get in contact with me. Each and every one of you could form an independent career where you make more money and you are not under the tyrannical control of this fucking genocidal asshole. So please just leave. Take a stand. At this point, if you're not doing it, I can only assume that it's because in some respect you agree with him. Nothing in here is actionable by YouTube. I haven't said anything against YouTube TLS. Accusing someone of terrorism is not against the rules. Otherwise, why is Ethan doing it? Anyway, free Palestine. Babies have been killed while we have spoken about this. While we've talked about this. That is what matters here.
Bad empanada.
Time's not on our side. Finish him. Weaver requested
Like hearing people trying to argue against these kind of like what he's saying, so like loner box. It's insane. Like it's crazy shit. Like it's like a complete abandonment of humanity. You can't have any sense of humanity and take the position that like the state of Israel is correct in this situation. Like zero humanity. You have to be like a monster, or at least as close as you can get to evil. And because I don't really believe in evil.
Hang on. Let me call Langley. Give him the good
I believe we're all products of our environment, but
The diggers get your ass buried.
despite what some people say, I don't think that is a something that you should be sympathetic about, because literally every single person on the entire planet is a product of their environment. Environment plus biology. That makes all of us. So if there's like young far-right people that like, you know, we should take the time or energy to try to change their minds. out of sympathy because they are products of their environment. We all are. I don't see how that even matters at all. Why should I be sympathetic because someone's particular environment facilitated their them becoming fascists? I don't. It doesn't make any sense. You know what? Like, I mean, whatever. No, it's good to stop being a fascist. It's great. And if anyone who stops, you know, they should be for sure commended. Yes, thank you. Thank you for not supporting this organization anymore. But in my opinion, and I was arguing with one of the greatest people on earth who will never talk to me again. In my opinion, unless these individuals, these ex-Nazis, take an active role in the fight against fascism, unless they become one of those really obnoxious anti-fascists like me, if they're more obnoxious than me, as far as their anti-fascism, as far as their commitment to smashing it, smashing the fascists, smashing the fasci. Like, unless they're committed to that, because they've already done their harm, they have a social debt. To be like, as long as they're just not Nazis, we should pat them on the back. I was arguing with the greatest person on earth who will never talk to me again. How is that not like just like white liberalism? I was like making the argument that these ex-right wingers, there's a lot of them, and their biggest folly is trying to like talk down to all of us who weren't Nazis ever, because we've always known that that's assholery, that it's shitty. Like I was fuck Nazi since high school, and I'm old now. Look at my hair. Like I was fuck Nazi since high school, and I'm supposed to like pat a dude who's like 25, just a kid, who like finally like, hey, this stuff's kind of messed up. Fuck you. Cool, bro. You know what the best you can do? Shut the fuck up about being a Nazi. Don't bring it up. And start listening to some oppressed people. And do like I do and just don't bother anybody. That's the best a fucking ex-Nazi can do. Can shut the fuck up, don't bother nobody. Don't go around and be like, I'm an ex-Nazi and you should join me. Fuck off. You're an idiot. Other Nazis will kill you. AKA real Nazis. These people that fall off, they're not the key to like fighting fascism. They need to get out. Thank you. And then get into the left, fight fascism. And can we just forget the fact? Can you just try to forget and not admit? Just shut the hell up about being an ex-Nazi. If you're not doing that, if you are a person who's like, I used to be a Nazi, but now I'm not, and now I just have a job and watch TV and do that shit, and it's like, fuck you, bro. You have a social debt. Unless you
put in some sweat, some tears, maybe some blood. It's like, why the fuck should any leftists venerate someone who used to be Nazi and now they are just simply not one? It's liberalism. We're past this. Unless you're fighting against them, you're with them. They're in power now. Why are we still trying to like convince people to leave? Why would anyone who's in a position, an advantageous position, want to leave that position? All these people, you know, if you're someone who's like, we should try to get white supremacists to leave these organizations, Adam Waffen's, you know, Proud Boys, any of these fucking assholes, fucking even if you're not that, NSM, super, super big pieces of shit, the white trash fucking juggernauts, which they're not really juggernauts, they're fucking small and useless, broke. Still though. If you used to be a fascist and you leave that, two things should happen. One, you should be ashamed of ever being a fascist and have a sense of never really being able to get over it. And you shouldn't use it as any kind of idea that, like, I'm a good person because I used to be a fascist, but now I'm not, so I'm good now. It's kind of like, what you should do is just shut the fuck up. It's best you never tell anyone that you used to be a Nazi. Don't shut up about it. Don't go like, oh, I used to be one and you can be one too, my fellow ex-Nazi. Get the fuck out of here. Those people should run and hide. And thank their lucky stars that they'll hopefully be on the correct side of history when we smash fascism. That they got the fuck out the way and joined the fight. That's the best thing they can do, join the fight. If you're just like, I'm an ex-Nazi, but now I'm just average Joe. Fuck you, average Joe. That's liberalism. Someone's arguing with me, how is that liberalism? It's liberalism. White saviorism. Like, yeah, this is the key. Us ex, like people like Xander Hall, whatnot, us ex right-wingers, we're the vanguard of the left now. Cool, fuck you. Ex-Nazis should just shut up and start fighting fascism. And stop identifying as an ex-fascist and start identifying as an anti-fascist. Until then, I'm not going to pat you on the fucking back. Good job. Fuck you.
So let me just make arguments like this completely decontextual. How do you justify the unjustifiable? What do you do when you are completely committed to defending a state no matter what it does, when what it's doing makes doing that increasingly difficult, and when trying to do so will invariably make you come off as more than a little bit ridiculous, as well as a Goebbels tier genocide propagandist? It turns out that that self-assigned job is really quite difficult. And I'm going to go over some examples here that show just how hard of a task these brave pro-genocide propagandists have committed themselves to in their fanatical, never-ending quest to justify, downplay, apologize for, or deny anything they think they possibly can regarding the ongoing Gaza genocide. This video was made possible thanks to my supporters on Patreon and Ko-fi. If you like it and you'd like to see more like it, consider heading over there and supporting me yourself. This is Israel's self-appointed lawyer, the YouTuber Lonerbox. He has taken it upon himself to do every possible thing that he can to defend Israel's Gaza genocide. You are about to see him attempt his best defense of the revelation from a New York Times investigation that Israeli soldiers have intentionally been massacring children in droves via single, precise shots to the head. Multiple doctors and nurses who spent time serving in Gaza hospitals during the genocide attested to the fact that between them, they had seen many dozens, upwards of 100 in total, cases of children shot in the head. And they provided the New York Times with x-rays that show these injuries, as well as photographic evidence, which the Times considered too graphic to publish, of these children's gunshot wounds to the head. The evidence that this is a systemic practice of the Israeli military in Gaza is quite overwhelming. So how does a pro-genocide propagandist deal with this? Let's take a look. Here is the reaction of Israel's lawyer to seeing political commentator Mehdi Hassan bring this up in a debate.
3 American doctors went to Gaza. Dr. Fayaz Sidwa, Dr. Irfan Galaria, and a Jewish American doctor called Dr. Mark Perlmutter. All of them came back at separate times, said children were brought into hospitals we were in with gunshot to the head, sniper shots. Perfect. Exact targets. There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head. Israeli snipers.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work? Like, the problem with sniping isn't like the accuracy is not because obviously you got your scope and the fucking like yeah, it's quite easy. You can accurately snipe, but targets and personnel move really, really fast when you're sniping. Like snipers make their decisions in less than a split second in combat situations. Unless he's suggesting there were just a couple of kids sitting on the hill and a guy opposite in a building just went, got him, take him out. Maybe someone committed a war crime. But I don't think that's Israeli policy, is to snipe kids for no reason, to snipe toddlers, but okay.
Okay, so the rebuttal there is that apparently this is just happening by accident. Israeli snipers are accidentally...
Yeah, you got... Yo, Matt C., are you still in here? Yeah, you... I don't know anything about zombies, but I knew that you make a setup, a loadout. What do you mean you couldn't max out your weapons by now? What do you mean? What are you always starting out with? Sorry, I missed his match. I was in the bathroom just for like a quick second, and then you hit me with some messages. Not cool, Matt C. You can't hit me with some messages while I'm sitting here, so I can be like, yo. So what do you? Are you on your maxed out? I mean, sure. Are you doing the camo grind?
Shooting hundreds of kids in the head because they are mistaking them for fighters or something. And apparently this guy is a sniper expert, and that's how he knows this is happening. It really is that simple.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work?
Now, refuting this on a factual basis seems redundant and stupid to even do, because it's clear that he's just making this up in the moment. It's not...
And Matt, see, if you are watching, would really appreciate a direct response to anything I'm saying, because I'm convinced pretty much everything's AI now. And until I get a direct response from you on anything that I'm saying, I'm kind of thinking you might be AI. I don't want to believe that, though. I have faith in you, Matt C., that you might still be watching, possibly. I just want to know what your deal is. I know what's happening here. I want to make sure you're real. Keeping it real.
Get real. Let's go.
Really a serious argument or anything. He's just desperate to defend anything that Israel does, and that's just what happened to come to his mind in that moment. Nonetheless, it can be refuted on a factual basis. You aim for the head in an assassination when you are sure that you have the shot, and your aim is not to disable the target as a threat, but rather to ensure a kill. In a combat situation, if these were militants who pose a threat, the aim first and foremost is to disable them as a threat, rather than to kill them. And the head is a much smaller target than the body, so it is far safer to aim for the body. So there being so many headshots makes it very, very clear that these are deliberate targeted killings of children. You do not accidentally precisely aim at the head of a child and pull the trigger hundreds of times. Not that it would stop being a war crime if they were killing hundreds of preteen children with body shots by any means. And it would also be quite obvious anyway, looking through a sniper scope, that you are looking at a child and not a militant. To precisely aim for the head, line up a shot, take the shot, and hit it, not just once, but hundreds of times, indicates a level of intent that can only reasonably be described as systematic. But what is Israel's lawyer's argument for why he thinks that despite that overwhelming evidence, it's actually not so obvious? Well...
But I don't think that's Israeli policy, is to snipe kids for no reason. To snipe toddlers, but okay.
You heard right. Just that he thinks Israel wouldn't do it. That's all he needs. They wouldn't do it. I don't believe they would do it. Evidence be damned. They are not doing it. I said so. Case closed. There's a clear implication there which should be obvious to anyone who is familiar with the rhetoric of pro-Israel propagandists. That also implying that they would do that intentionally is anti-Semitic. And this sort of claim is very oft-repeated. For example, in this tweet by another pro-Israel propagandist who was very adamant that Israel would simply never kill a child intentionally. It's impossible. They've just committed tens of thousands of unfortunate accidents, systematically, in a clear pattern over the course of a year. Or this abhorrent Guardian article where another pro-Israel propagandist explicitly argues that the media citing factual information about Israel murdering children is a form of anti-Semitic blood libel. Now, Israel's lawyer isn't quite as explicit as that guy was, but the implication is there. He knows what he's doing. The others who do the same thing know what they're doing. The best argument that they have is that in spite of all the evidence that makes it clear as day that they are in fact doing this, they wouldn't do it. After all, they're Jewish. Jewish people can't commit atrocities like everyone else. How dare you imply otherwise? Aside from massacring children, women, men, the elderly, babies, pretty much anyone they can get their hands on, Israel has also been making their defenders' jobs quite a bit harder by just plain making shit up all the time. Whether it's elaborate, obviously fake 3D renderings of Hamas command centers under a hospital, which they then use to justify multiple massacres committed at that hospital, or making ludicrous claims like Palestinians massacring 40 babies, the job of the self-appointed lawyers of Israel becomes harder with every single claim made. Let's refer back to that one again to see how he dealt with the 40 beheaded babies claim.
Again, this is why it's like the 40 beheaded babies. That hoax was not an Israeli, I think there's a better way to put it. The 40 beheaded babies was not actually an Israeli government hoax. It wasn't. It was a misspeak from a journalist that was spread around the world by a few fucking nutters. And then the people who really made it last were people who were anti-Israel. They were the ones who spread that. They're the ones who have kept that alive.
So his strategy here is not to blame that propaganda on the Israelis who made it up and spread it, but rather to blame the people who are against Israel's genocide for calling them out on it and not allowing them to forget it. The first part of this strategy here is not a very advanced one. It's known as lying. He lies about this idea that this was just an error made by one reporter, which was not spread by the Israeli state or other Israeli propagandists, nor anyone of any significance. It was merely mostly picked up on by opponents of Israel, solely by them, which is apparently a bad thing for them to do because, I don't know, apparently it's wrong to point out that Israel is inventing abhorrent, obviously fake, genocide-justifying propaganda over and over again because who knows why? He doesn't explain it. Here's the thing, though. This was spread by the State of Israel. It was spread by Eilon Levy, their official spokesman at the time. It was spread all over official Israeli social media. It was spread by Netanyahu's personal spokesperson.
When you listed the unconscionable atrocities that took place in that kibbutz, you did say that babies had been decapitated. Can I take that as confirmation then? Because that currently is being reported as reported action. That has actually happened as it
Toddlers, babies, I can tell you that they, some of them, yeah, heads were cut off. This is what we're hearing from
Matt C, where
soldiers on the ground, and yes, they cut off heads. They cut off heads.
Which was then seen by U.S. President Joe Biden, who then repeated the claim uncritically in a press conference.
I've been doing this a long time.
What's the deal with Matt C?
I never really thought that I would see you have confirmed.
That's what's on everyone's lips right now.
Beheading children.
Who's Matt C?
I never thought I'd ever. Anyway,
the one person who comes into mind.
The most powerful politician in the world,
Chat.
the leader of the state
The
that
only
is
person
Israel's
they drop,
prime backhand
they just drop some
continued
shit
to
and then they're
repeat
like,
that claim
boom,
for months
later.
afterwards. So
I'm
apparently
like,
this
where are
claim
you
was just
going?
made
And
by
just, like,
one
into the-
reporter,
into the
and you know,
sunset.
just sort of was farted
Into the sunset, Matt C. Just here's a couple comments. Boom, boom. I'm out. And I'm like, who was that mysterious commenter, that mysterious chatter? The wind says, Matt C. Just FYI.
in the wind, according to this guy, when in actual reality, it was spread precisely by the Israeli state itself and their key ally, enabler, and supporter, the President of the United States of America. So the strategy of Israel's lawyer here was firstly just to lie, and then also to build on top of that lie by doing some impossibly stupid mental gymnastics to somehow spin globalist tier propaganda, specifically spread by Israel to justify its genocide, on the people who are against the genocide. And I gotta say, it doesn't work at all. It is just kind of self-evidently ludicrous how these people are twisting themselves into knots to justify the unjustifiable. To willingly not just embarrass yourself in public like this, but to do it for the purposes of justifying genocide. I don't think there is an adjective that is strong enough to describe that level of both idiocy and depravity. The Israelis, their supporters, and their American allies spread an obvious lie about fake dead Israeli babies to justify their massacre of thousands of very real Palestinian babies. And we have people like this not talking about those actually real massacred Palestinian babies, but rather how Israeli propaganda about fake massacred Israeli babies is actually to blame on those who are against Israel's genocide. The pure dismissiveness that this guy displays when it comes to Palestinians being massacred, children, babies being killed, it's just inhuman. But if you thought that was bad, how about we move on to one of Lonerbox's best friends and frequent collaborators, the streamer Destiny. Topically, he had some comments to make about the self-evidently absurd 40 beheaded babies propaganda, in which he just uncritically accepted Israeli propaganda entirely at its word.
The beheaded baby one, it was mostly factually correct, right? There were 40 dead babies, at least one was decapitated. They weren't all 40 decapitated, right? But so it's mostly correct, not 40 beheaded babies, just 40 dead babies with a few of their heads cut off, right?
So much for it only being hung on to by those dastardly anti-genocide people, huh?
It was a misspeak from a journalist that was spread around the world by a few fucking nutters.
Now let's compare the standard of evidence that Destiny has for accepting ridiculous claims made by Israelis with the standard of evidence that he applies to literal video evidence of Palestinians being executed right before his eyes by the Israeli military. Now I can't show the context for the clip that he is reacting to here for fear of potentially getting this video taken down by YouTube for showing someone literally dying, but I will describe it to you and there will be a link in the description. A reporter for the British news outlet ITV approaches a group of people in an Israeli-declared safe zone for civilians. These people are holding a white flag and waving it in order to make it clear to any Israeli troops that they are civilians. The reporter interviews a few of them. They explain that they are evacuating because, as is clear from the billowing smoke and gunshots which can be heard in the background, the supposed safe zone is no longer safe. Having interviewed the men, the interviewer turns around and leaves. Suddenly, Israeli troops begin firing on this group and they hit one of them, killing him instantly. He is pulled aside behind cover by his companions, where they are joined by other civilians who are also evacuating. Amidst their screams and cries as they realize that he is dead, the Israeli soldiers begin to fire on them again. To reiterate, again, this was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving white flags. They had done everything that Israel had told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area. So what did Destiny think about this? Well,
the interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So like what? So he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's gonna happen. We know.
Dude, so that's already here. We've already started on a completely fucked up, insane premise. He just got up and I just explained that these are civilians with white flags doing exactly what the IDF wants, and then Destiny thinks that that's just like them begging to die. You can't debate these people. I'm done debating these fucking psychos. How can you debate that? It's such an absurd, such a disgusting, inhumane, brain-twisted like leap of logic that you could possibly make. It's like it's like saying like say I go to buy some food and I got money in my hands, and then I like go up to them like, here's what I owe you. They're like, you think you're gonna pay with money here?
Matey, been a minute. How you going?
You can't pay with the money you have here. What do I? No, you can't buy. Get out. What would you do? You'd be like, this is the money I have that I was told that would get me the food I want. May I have it? They're like, you expect to get food for your money? Yeah, I can't watch this. What an asshole. What a complete asshole. Destiny's like, these people are just like white flag waving. It's like, what do you expect? You're basically asking to die. No, they're asking to live. They're literally asking to live. And you're interpreting that as like they are asking to die. Bro. You can't debate these people. They're out of their minds. They're sick. Like, as sick as you can get. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Like, what mentality do you have to think that? You are committed to something to make that kind of absurd argument. The only thing that's worse than the absurd arguments that they're making are the morons that will hear it. They're like, got him. I agree with that. Like, we're in trouble. This country, we're in trouble. No, we can't debate this. You know why you can't debate this? Because they're not working. They're not working on proper grounds. They can think that they can just make shit up, pull it out of their ass, like, well, that's legitimate. It's like, you can't. No, that's not how this works. There is an objective reality. There is. At least when close enough that like we can all agree on like, okay, this happened, this is true. Like this means this. Like this logic. I mean, I've been paying attention to politics and been involved for like literally like over 20 years. And I have never heard such an absurd, ridiculous argument ever. This idea that like Palestinians, simply for the fact that they are Palestinians, they can go out in a supposed safe zone with white flags and expect to not die. And to people like Destiny, they are asking to die. What's that based on? They're asking to die. What is that based on? Because they have white flags? That would suggest that they're giving up. They don't want to die. They like want to. They're not gonna cause any harm. They're non-combatants. Is it that? No, it can't be that because that's absurd. Do they expect not to die because they're in a safe zone? Yeah, they should not expect to die because they're in a safe zone. The fact that you like, just them walking down a sidewalk with a white flag begging the IDF not to kill them, that is equivalent to asking to die. Dude. Like this, if people are standing on these kind of points, like there's no point to debate. You can't debate like absurd. You can't debate absurd. Absurd is to be laughed at. That's what absurdism is. You laugh at shit that's absurd. You don't like try to argue with it. You can't. Why? Because it's absurd. It makes no. It's just dumb. It makes no sense. It's silly. But people are taking these like parody is dead. People like accept the absurd, irrational. You can't debate this, dude. Debate's over. Crack your knuckles. Get ready to throw them because we can't talk our way out of this, despite the fact that like progressives, people on the left, materialists, people with an ounce of compassion and like we can't argue. We're right, but we can't argue with these people because they don't. It's not about right or wrong. It's not about like what's true, what's not true, and it's the scariest. I didn't think this was possible. It's super scary. Here we are on. Okay, yeah, I can't watch this anymore. I mean, it just on its face is absurd. Why the fact that it takes convincing is just the fact that like someone like Ben Empanada needs to make this video to be like, look how fucked up this is. The fact he's got to do that, and that like his entire audience, all Destiny's audience, would watch this and be like, yeah, I don't need to hear it from anyone else to know that this is insane dog shit. I don't like the fact that they can't do that is like it's hopeless. We're done. We gotta fight. Time to fight. In the words of the band Wormrot, when talking fails, it's time for violence.
know from this point that's what's going to happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit.
We got the lead. Now hold it.
What's up, guys? My name is Ace, and recently we had a really deep look at the Signal Lure field upgrade in Black Ops 6, and this prompted several comments of people asking me to cover Warcry as well. So let's dive into that one. In the description for this field upgrade, it says rally your team, improving nearby allied movement speeds and health regeneration. So pretty straightforward, but what are the details on this? How close do you have to be to those teammates? Do these effects also apply to you? And how good are these effects themselves? So diving right in, let's have a look at our charge time first, since this is a key element with field upgrades. And unfortunately, Warcry is one of the slower charging field upgrades at 125 seconds, or 88 seconds if you're using the Gearhead perk. And this can feel especially slow at times, since the active duration of Warcry is just 15 seconds. So you're waiting 125 seconds for 15 seconds of use. However, when you activate this, it will boost your movement speed by 10% almost across the board. When it comes to tactical sprint speed, it appears to only boost that by about 5%. But when it comes to your base movement speed, your sprint speed, and even your aim walking movement speed, all of these values are boosted by 10% for those 15 seconds while this is active. So definitely a nice, very noticeable benefit there. However, that's not all. It also significantly boosts our health regeneration. Normally, without this field upgrade active, your base healing delay, so the time it takes before you even start healing after you take damage, this is 3.5 seconds. Whereas with Warcry, this is now just 1.5 seconds. So very big improvement there. However, it also helps your healing rate. By default, our base heal rate is about 40 HP per second, whereas with Warcry, it's 240 HP per second. So it's almost instant once you start healing. And when we look at it side by side here, you can see just how much of a night and day difference this is. You heal very, very quickly. And this will often explain those situations where you deal damage to somebody, they take cover for just a very brief period of night and day HP per second. So it's all rate. By default, our base heal rate is about 40 HP per second, whereas with Warcry, it's 240 HP per second. So it's almost instant once you start healing. And when we look at it side by side here, you can see just how much of a night and day difference this is. You heal very, very quickly. And this will often explain those situations where you deal damage to somebody, they take cover for just a very brief period of time, and then they re-challenge you, and then you deal a bunch more damage to them, and there's no kill, and there's no separate hit marker, which you would normally get if they were using like a stim shot, for instance. That's not the case with Warcry. So while that charge time is long and that 15-second duration is quite short, within those 15 seconds, you're gaining quite a bit of power from Warcry, especially when it comes to this health regeneration time. Now, to top all that off, as the description states, these effects also apply to teammates that are within a radius of you. So let's have a look at how close those teammates need to be. And I was very surprised to see that the range on this is 38 meters. I thought they were gonna have to be standing like within 10 meters of you and they'd have to be really close. But no, it's a 38-meter radius surrounding you. And on many of the maps in this game, that's going to cover the vast majority of the map, or at least the majority of the side of the map that your team is currently controlling. So this effect can often apply to essentially your entire team when you activate it. And they get the exact same effects I just outlined. So they get the same movement speed boost and the same health regeneration boost, even if they aren't using this field upgrade themselves. Now you might be wondering what happens if they're within that radius when you activate it, but then they run away from you and they get beyond that 38-meter radius. Do they immediately lose these effects? And the answer to that is no. They maintain these effects. They just have to be within 38 meters of you at the time of activation, and then they get these effects for the duration of that, for the full 15 seconds. And this is also true even if you die after activating Warcry and giving them those effects. Those effects don't immediately disappear for them. They will continue to last for that 15-second duration for them. So in all, looking at these effects and how big that radius is, and the fact that those teammates maintain those effects no matter what, at least for the duration or until they die, that makes Warcry a very powerful and, in my opinion, underrated field upgrade in this game. I always thought it was a pretty good field upgrade, but I didn't realize just how good it actually is. Now, in saying that, it does feel a little bit jarring that you have such a large charge time for such a short duration, but I definitely see why this is the case now, because for those 15 seconds, that's a lot of power that potentially your entire team is gaining for those 15 seconds. So after all of this, I definitely see myself using Warcry more often than I was previously. I barely touched it in the past, but now I know just how powerful it is. And with that, I'm just curious to hear from you guys in those comments down below. Now that you guys have seen exactly how Warcry works and how it also applies to your teammates, how are you feeling about this field upgrade? Do you guys really like this? Do you see yourself using it more often? Or maybe not? Do you think it's maybe too weak and the charge time is too long for that 15-second duration? Just let me know down below. If you enjoyed the video, a like rating is always appreciated. And don't forget to subscribe for more if you haven't already. I'll talk to you guys next time. What's up, guys? My name is Ace, and is Call of Duty in trouble? That's what we're going to be exploring today. It does seem like things are not going very well for the franchise at the moment, and I just wanted to share some of the observations I've made as well as my overall thoughts on this situation. Now, to answer the question right up front, is Call of Duty in trouble? Overall, in the grand scheme of things, Call of Duty's probably doing just fine because the vast majority of its player base consists of these super casual players. These are the players that don't engage with the game anywhere outside of the game itself, so they're not here watching YouTube videos about it. You don't see them talking about it on Twitter or Reddit. They're not on Twitch watching Call of Duty. They just log in, they play it, and that's it. And for this group of players, they're generally oblivious to at least many of the issues that are in the game. And at the end of the day, I would say most devs would kill for the massive audience that Call of Duty has, even when it's at its lowest point. In saying this, though, the worrying trend that we're seeing lately is the core community, the people that do engage with discussion and content outside of the game itself. They really seem to be turning against the franchise more than usual for this time of the year. And to be clear, especially in recent years, it's not uncommon to have what I like to call the holiday lull when it comes to Call of Duty. During this time, it seems the devs are all on holiday, or at least most of them, and therefore nothing's really changing with the game. It's kind of in limbo at the moment, where we're not likely to be seeing any significant updates or improvements to the game for several weeks. We don't really have any more meaningful content coming to the game for like another month with the launch of Season 2, and therefore this is the time of the year where frustrations really tend to build with every recent Call of Duty game. And while I know it can often be hard to maintain perspective on things while you're in the middle of it, so I could be wrong in saying this, but it really seems like this is more than just the typical holiday lull for Call of Duty. Based on a lot of the reception I've been seeing in my comment section or on Reddit, on Twitter, basically places where people are discussing the game, it seems more and more people that have been hanging in there with Call of Duty are just dropping off entirely, and they're just done with the franchise. They're not just bored of the current state of the current game, waiting for some updates and then they'll come back. It seems more like they've just had enough of this entirely and they're done. And this is a potentially concerning trend for the future of the franchise. I also wanted to share just a bunch of observations I've noticed being involved with the Call of Duty community. It seems right now Warzone is in absolute shambles. Now this is more from an outsider's perspective since I don't play Warzone at all, but I do follow a ton of other creators that do play Warzone, and they cover Warzone as their primary game, or at least they used to, but many of them have abandoned Warzone entirely for content, it seems, or they really dialed it back and they're branching out to other things because one, they're just not enjoying it in its current state with all of the issues that are happening, and two, it really seems the views have dropped off a cliff for Warzone, which is generally a sign that the core community that would typically be consuming that content, they're also not enjoying the game and they're not playing it as much and they're not as interested as they used to be. On top of that, when we look at our Steam chart data, which shows accurate player counts for Steam, unfortunately that's the only platform where we get accurate player numbers. When we compare the November to December numbers for Black Ops 6 compared to last year with Modern Warfare 3 and the year before with Modern Warfare 2, we're seeing a significantly larger drop in player numbers, and this part especially is concerning. I remember back to Modern Warfare 2, it was a huge concern that they lost about 20% of their player base on Steam. Then with Modern Warfare 3, they actually gained a small amount of players from November to December, and their player retention actually held on quite well throughout the year, even though they didn't have quite as big of a spike at the beginning. And then when it comes to Black Ops 6, based on the Steam charts, we're seeing a 40% reduction in the player base from November to December. Now, keep in mind that's for Call of Duty as a whole, so that also applies to Warzone. That's not just Black Ops 6 multiplayer, but it's everything in combination. And that is a very concerning drop, considering the fact that back in Modern Warfare 2, a 20% drop seemed like a big flop. Now, obviously, Steam is just one platform, and it's probably the least played platform. I'm not too sure if Battle.net is beating them out or not on PC. But another thing that just came out is the top games on PlayStation throughout the month of December. While they don't reveal exact player count, they will reveal the ranking, and Call of Duty has fallen to number 3 on this list, behind Fortnite, which is not too surprising. I mean, Call of Duty does drop behind Fortnite fairly often. That alone isn't really a cause for concern, but it also dropped behind NBA 2K, and that is a concern, especially just a couple months after Call of Duty launched. That's something that, at least as far as I can remember, just doesn't happen or hasn't happened historically. So based on this fairly limited amount of data we have access to, it's not looking too good as far as that player count drop off. On top of that, in the game itself, some observations I've noticed noticed lately is in multiplayer, players seem to be backing out at higher rates than I have ever seen before in Call of Duty. Nearly every single game I play involves a bunch of people backing out, and at least for a good portion of the match, it's like 6v2 or 6v3. And that's potentially indicating some issues with the game itself.